Hello and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Americas. I'm your host Casanova, and joining me as always is the Blevins. Blevins, how you feeling about tonight overall? Man, it's looked good so far.
I just took a look at the decks. My ceremonial wait till the last second to see the deck, so I'm the most surprised on the cast, doing no preparation whatsoever, and we might be in for a long one, Cass. We've got some control mirrors in our future, I believe.
Yeah, there is a lot of FTR, but we will get to that in a minute. First of all, we want to go ahead and break down the format for Fight Night Legends. If you may be new here, just joining us, so Blev, why don't you break it down?
Absolutely. Well, we're on the new channel, so might as well break down the format, which is not new. I don't know why I've set it up like that, but we're playing a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3, and the players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win, a player needs to win with both of those decks. And of course, Casa, the players are going to be playing for their share of that sweet, sweet 200. Casa, let's take a look at the 8 players that we invited this week.
Yeah, so taking a look over at the bracket here, we're going to see Rattling Bones, the champion from last week, will be going against Yang Zera. Yang Zera, also a previous Fight Night champion. Then we have Fight Night newcomer, Mr. Emotional, or Mo,
Yes.
and he's going to be going up against Chelo, who has been a finalist in a previous Fight Night himself. Finney, runner-up from last week, going up against Sudra, who's one of the most prolific Brazilian players when it comes to overall results. And then we're going to have M-Tuck from Team Aratuza, also on his Fight Night debut, going up against Glop, who I believe has the highest win rate of any player over the course of Giant Slayer events. So that's going to be a challenge for the newcomer, M-Tuck, of course, going up. But Glop did say earlier today he expects to go 0-2 today. Wasn't feeling so good about his lineup for his chances. We'll see if that comes true.
I was talking with Glop in Rattling Bones' chat last night, and he was like, "Man, I've had a lot of stuff to do with school, and it's come down to the dregs when a player is asking me for deck suggestions, because A, I'm not going to give them to you unless it's a troll deck, because it's a conflict of interest, and I'm not going to do that. But B, oh man, if you're coming to me for deck suggestions, man, you have exhausted your resources.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel when you come to us.
I mean, I think it's funny you think I'm even in the barrel. I wouldn't even consider the bottom of the barrel is what you're striving for if you're talking to me. You're not even at the slaughter docks. I'm nowhere near that, Well, but yeah, it's definitely an interesting mix of decks. It's kind of every once in a while, Cass. So we have like continuities of fight nights where it will progress to a point and the meta will play itself, and then there's kind of a reset week usually, and it almost maybe this is kind of a reset week where we've got a pretty different and diverse set of decks compared to last week.
And we'll start off with a couple of these decks. First of all, our featured matchup for round 1 will be Chelo versus Mr. Emotional. We'll be getting them up on the stream shortly. But I am excited taking a look at both of these lineups because I've heard rumblings of this Anivia deck that Mo has brought. A lot of people have been talking about it. I've heard very mixed results on what people think about it. It's kind of like that old school cloning Anivia. It's Anivia, Rekindler, the Harrowing. It's something that has been good in the past, fell out of favor for a really long time. And then recently with EU Masters, we've heard a lot of people saying, oh, it's pick or ban in EU Masters. People either ban it away or they play it. And then someone else told me, hey, that may be true, but every time it's been picked, it's lost. So there's a lot of very interesting things behind this Anivia deck. And I'm just excited to see Mo bring that out because he'll be going against Chelo in the first round, who's on a double aggro lineup, which I believe is the only double aggro lineup in the tournament today, going with the Go Get It Fearsomes, which we've seen alongside Discard aggro, which is back in the fold now as Jinx's bug should be fixed. As far as we're aware, we did some testing. It is fixed.
Yes.
At least we're under the impression so. If there is an instance where Jinx comes on board and the bug is not fixed and the rockets are generated, they will just not be able to use that additional rocket. So it should be fine. And we do see one discard aggro actually getting brought today.
Yeah, JLo brought it for sure. And yeah, I mean, to go back to the Anivia deck, it's interesting. It is very much akin to some of the old, Rebirth Anivia or the Zombie Anivia decks that we've seen in the past. And it's kind of in an interesting spot now because it plays out, obviously, 75% similarly to your traditional SI Freljord control deck. You obviously have your removal package with Vengeance, Withering Whale, Grasp, Avalanches, of course, and Vile Feast. I don't know how great that removal package is going to be into this week specifically, given the volume and density of control decks, but Anivia does attacks at an interesting and different angle than traditional Feel the Rush or Trundle Tryndamere decks attack, because those, they go very, very tall, right? And you're doing, you're attacking with 20 power worth of overwhelm units, but Anivia is resilient to a lot of the the removal packages. If you can deal with the Trundle or the Tryndamere even for just a turn, you're not really getting any value out of that Feel the Rush. But with Anivia, you can at least get a decent amount of damage. So we're jumping into game here. JLo looks like they are running the go get it fearsomes first. And Mo has queued
going
up
Soraka Kench.
Yep. Good old TK Soraka. This is a deck that Mo was using quite a bit on the ladder. I do stock the top 100 ladder at all times. If you didn't know, you can actually check what decks the top 100. Actually, you can check every master player what deck they've been using most recently. So I definitely encourage you to do that. But I've been doing it just for fun. Mo was using it quite a bit and climbed up into the top 10 with the deck. So certainly a deck that he's very familiar with. And probably the matchup with this deck specifically is interesting because in general you're okay against more aggressive and unit-based strategies, but also most of your units can't block any of what JLo is putting down. So JLo kind of goes from playing a fearsome deck to almost playing an elusive deck, which makes it even stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such a powerful list. We actually saw, I'm trying to remember, do you remember which player brought this kind of fearsomes list? Probably
Sharkui.
Was it Sharkui?
Pretty sure
Sharkui had the rally version. That was pre-KDA. But someone brought a Go Get It. I think it might have been another Brazilian player.
It was Zinc.
Oh, no, was it Zinc? Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was Zinc.
All right, but yeah, we saw this in a previous week, and it looked really good when it came up on stream. We really, really liked it. I mean, we actually saw it lose a game, but it wasn't. It didn't feel like it was at fault of the deck or the player. It was just like the other side drew what it needed to live.
Yeah.
Because we saw these Mysteries get up to like 13 attack.
Yes.
Or something crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've seen this list do some really, really insane aggressive things, and I think that going against the Soraka Tom list, like you mentioned, it's basically an elusives list with the fearsomes because all of these blockers are under 3 attack. They're going to be just going over the top here. And now JLo, he has the option to potentially, deny this, or it doesn't feel like that'll be the route he goes. It feels like more likely for JLo to just further develop. I mean, he's got Risen Mist, he's got a Fading Memories, he's got this Wraithcaller. He has so many amazing tools to reflood this board. He doesn't need that one Mist Wraith there. No. He doesn't need to spend his mana that way. He can just continue to develop. The consideration comes down to what is this deny going to be good on in the future? And looking at this list, Blev, are there any really good deny targets? I mean, not really.
There is. Wait.
There's none.
That's literally the only deny target. Yeah. But that does not necessarily, I mean, that's a good point to bring up, Casa. Just because it's the only deny target doesn't mean that you have to use deny there. Mana is a consideration. This is certainly, we've talked about in the past, this is a timing attack for JLo. I mean, the time seems to be right now. It's likely he's going to be able to push enough, but with the Broadback Protector and the Tom Kenshin is we can see the Astral Protections. Yes, I'm just flexing the fact that I can remember card names now. With those Astral Protections in hand, like, if this goes on another turn or two, Mo is going to take over this game in this board, and unless he's super low, Chelo's not necessarily going to be able to get over the top.
Yeah, and I think the major benefit for Chelo here is he has the ability to go in with the Risen Miss on open attacks and try and continue to widen this board. But on top of that, he has the extra reach with double Doom Beast in hand already. So that's going to be 4 damage of just kind of over the top. As we see Chelo now going for the Risen Miss, he's going to get in with all of this Fearsome. Yeah. And we look on the other side, it's a Bastion and a Pale Cascade. So both of those will allow blocks to come out. But I am curious how much damage is Mo still taking? Because this is a big attack. And he can block 2 of these Fearsomes, but that still leaves 15 damage on the table. So that still leaves Mo dead.
He can block 16, or he can block 16 damage worth, and he's still, taking 15, and there's no other healing. Yeah. So this is just... Game one going to Chelo.
Yeah, I think it's just game. I don't actually think that Mo can draw into anything because he has to expend all of the mana to play the Bastion and to play the Pale Cascade. So he can't even find any healing.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is the power of this Fearsomes deck. You know, you don't even have to have the go get it. It's just getting so many Mistrates out because you have Stalking Shadows, you have Risen Mist, you have all these ways to generate them. And I think that this is a meta call when expecting Soraka Kench is really good, because Soraka Kench is going to have such a hard time dealing with these Fearsome units in general. You mentioned that it's essentially an Elusives deck, and I mean, we see it there. Just brilliant. Just the deck is just brilliant against Soraka Kench. There was nothing Mo could do, and Chelo is just able to continue to play these aggressive units every single turn and just push the damage. There wasn't too many different lines that he had to think about. The deny could have been a good play, but it was deny versus further development. It was really the only line of thought that came through for Chelo. Other than that, it was just play some big Mistrates and send it to the dome.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned before that this was maybe a reset of the meta, but actually it could be the opposite of that. I think if you think that TK Soraka is going to be a deck that's coming in a lot, or even the Back Alley Poker, which we actually saw a lot of in EU, and of course it won last week with Rattling Bones piloting it. The Fearsome deck is a really good angle to attack. You know, those decks don't actually have a lot of ways to, they're not running grasps, they're not running these bigger removal spells, or if they are, they're expensive. They're Ruination, they're Vengeance. I mean, if Mo somehow had a Ruination or Vengeance in his hand that game, it would have just been blank because Chelo already won at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, it's going to be discard aggro left for Chelo. It's got a couple Jinxes in hand. There is the Poro Cannon. So I like to keep Jinx, especially against control decks. I feel like you really need that Jinx to help punch through. And we do see Chelo keep it and get a pretty damn good starting hand, actually.
Yeah.
Poro Cannon, Jury Rig. It's not the biggest turn 1 play, but it is a very good one to start to develop going into this turn 2. Not having token on 1 and 3 is a little bit annoying for Chelo. He would love to have that for his Draven turn, but overall, it's still a great early hand.
Yeah, it's certainly fine. I definitely like keeping Jinx if you have, your first 2 turns plotted out, right? Like the Poro Cannon accounts for those first 2 turns. And then you're, of course, drawing into a ton of additional options as well. Like you said, Jinx is just such a good card in a matchup like this, where that, as well as the Augmented Experimenter, those are the cards that actually get you back if there's these board wipes from Mo, right? As well as being able to put on a ton of pressure in her own right. So I definitely like the keep there, and Chelo is going to be able to put on a good amount of pressure here. It is going to be stunted, of course, by the Withering Wail, but this deck in this matchup is not, you're really not playing around cards like Withering Wail.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not given the option to, really.
Yeah, Chelo decides to commit, which is understandable. It is feel good to just try and push as much as you can. You need to try and outrace this Anivia deck before it gets to the later stages, but is going to get punished by this Withering Wail. Either way, this Wail was going to hurt, but now he just kind of throws an extra Jury Rig into it, which certainly isn't the best situation. Now Chelo has the option to push 2 additional damage by using the axe on the visions. I think it's still worth it because he's looking to go for this Augmented Experimenter in the next 2 turns, so he does just want to be playing everything in hand and getting every little ounce of damage out of the resources that he has. So I like pushing an extra 2 here. You know the Withering Wail healing is coming out prior, so it's not like anything is getting healed back. You get to push 6, even though you lost your board. If you could somehow manage to keep this Jinx alive for a little bit longer, you're still in an okay spot considering you have this Augmented Experimenter coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's really, I mean, your visions is not getting better right after your board gets wiped. So even though it feels bad to cast the visions for 1 extra damage, it's still free, right? You know, it didn't cost you any mana at least, and you know, the game is certainly, it can be a game of inches. Every single point of damage is going to count, especially considering how much healing and removal Mo has access to. So I do like that call from Chelo. Obviously made a lot of sense considering the fact that there really wasn't another option. But this is the, you know, the sort of the nightmare scenario for Chelo. Your whole advance is thwarted, and your opponent's still at 11 health. Of course, the Augmented Experimenter is one of the best cards that you can have as sort of your follow-up after your board gets wiped.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Chelo, there's no target for him to play the Augmented Experimenter on, and so he just has to kind of hold back and waste a bunch of mana on that turn. And I mean, now he gets to go for it and pull into what he can get. He really needs to find a Jinx and actually level her up. And he had one very close to being able to level it, but now the fact that the Vengeance was there gets rid of that, and he's just kind of running on fumes at this point. Picking up the Zonite Urchin will help a little bit because he can cycle through this hand. Draven is at least a fairly powerful unit overall. I mean, it's not the champion he wanted, but at least it's something to get down to the board. But a lot of these things that are going to take him wide are not really what Chelo wants. Like the House Spiders are pretty bad in this matchup. They die to Avalanche. They mostly die to Withering Wail. They're just overall not great. And at this point, I think Mo with the Anivia deck has kind of stabilized to where we look at that hand, we see an Avalanche, we see a Withering Wail. I think Mo is really primed to survive through this and start to just win with the overall Anivias.
Yeah, this is, and yeah, like you said, Mo really has his pick of what he wants to do. Of course, you know, Mo can kind of play recklessly with the Anivia if he wants because he's got the Rekindler, and also like, you're at 11, so you're not really, as long as you've controlled the board, you're not really going to die out of nowhere, right? Like you're not, you know, is there even decimates in the list? There are not. I guess there is Captain Farron, which of course is a consideration, but you know, Mo's got to feel pretty safe as long as his health is relatively high. Of course, as I say that, he's going down to 3 here, which is very scary.
Yeah, this was overall kind of a surprise to me that, you know, Mo didn't look to Avalanche this board. He didn't look to do any of that. I know he probably wanted to potentially be keeping the Anivia, but it does, you know, feel like this is a pretty dangerous spot to drop down to 3, potentially even 2 here. He will wail and actually save a good amount of HP. I think he's going to be fine. I mean, we look at the hands, and Chelo just doesn't have the hand quality to make it back into this, but yeah, it does feel like it was getting a little bit down to the wire there. With a lot of this damage coming in. I think 7 is still a pretty safe spot considering what Chelo has, but he could hit something like Farron and suddenly the game, you know, kind of becomes a little bit scary once more for Mo. Yeah. As we look at his hand, I mean, he doesn't actually have a great answer to Farron. There's no, well, he has the Runation. I suppose that would work.
Yeah, he absolutely does. The problem is that he needs, well, he needs the ability to kill the Farron and to be able to gain life. And of course, as I say that, he draws the Withering Wail immediately.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I think Mo probably made what felt like a risky play by not playing that Avalanche, but also I think it was potentially risky playing the Avalanche, considering, Chelo had 2 or 3 cards in hand before the Avalanche would have been cast.
Right, yeah.
So Avalanche could have came out, and if, Chelo played, House Spider plus crowd favorite, Mo might have been dead there, honestly, even if and there wasn't going to be mana to follow up. So heads up play by Mo, of course. Sometimes you just can't play around. You can't play around everything, right? So
yeah,
Mo playing quite well so far. And now it's just, it's slowly getting out of Chelo's hands here. Mo is just overwhelming him with card advantage and is slowly drawing ways to gum up the board and also gain life back too.
Yeah, Mo just wants to draw his entire deck at this point, make sure he has all the healing that he needs, and he drew all these glimpses, so he might as well use them on the Anivias, knowing that likely they can't be dealt with, and even if they are, they're just going to put more Anivias into the pool for this Harrowing to go on an offensive turn and end the game. So really, Mo is just in no danger anymore. This is pretty much just one that Chelo could probably scoop, but I think he's just looking for the Jinx to see if he can get there. Jinx plus Get Excited is like a random, bunch of damage that he can find out of completely thin air. So I think that's kind of the last thing he was looking for. If he could have just picked up exactly a Jinx on this draw, maybe he was thinking that he could dodge Harrowing, dodge something else and find it. But realistically, you're never winning from this position as discard against an SI deck that is drawn through this much of their deck. Yep.
And 3 full Anivias will be attacking. And then also, send the egg in too. Why not? But yeah, this one is, let's see, 6 is going to be coming in just from the Anivias, block. So 6 plus 6 is 12, 14, I believe, coming in.
The Avalanche might actually have the math to do it because it gets rid of both of the blockers, and then we're going to have, it does. It does increase the damage output by enough. It's going to get it there. Mo's going to take game 2. The Anivia deck proving quite good, but this is an aggro matchup. This is one that historically has always been rather favored towards the SI control decks. The very, I wouldn't say greedy, the very just life gain heavy SI control decks, which this is. It's got Grasp, it's got Whale, it's got Vile Feast, and we saw all 3 of those cards show up in Mo's hand for this game. So that is going to be impossible for a PNZ Nox aggro deck to really climb over unless it hits just an almost perfect draw. So now, Tom Kench Soraka versus discard aggro. Blevins, what do you feel about this? Which player would you rather be going into this game 3?
Oh, I personally think I would rather be the discard aggro deck. Mostly because I think you're just more you have a higher percentage of your cards that are going towards your game plan overall. We talked about this last week and I was proven wrong, I believe, but the Star Springs for Mo here are going to kind of be non-factors in most games because you're not winning with that. You're not winning with Star Spring where you wouldn't be winning anyway, if that makes sense. It's a win more card. If you're in a position where you're winning with Star Spring, you would have won anyway without the Star Spring. So it's basically a blank card or like a very low value card. The win condition part of it is not great. So there are other cards that are going to be good for you instead. But as I say that, of course, Mo has pretty close to the best opener that you can have. You're drawing a bunch of cards. You've got the Tom Kench to not only gum up the board with his giant frog ass, but also going to be able to eat a bunch of these small units.
He's a catfish. No,
but yes, that makes my statement much more acceptable. I would have said catfish.
Yeah, of course. That was the problem with it. There was no other problems with the statement. But we do see, the Betty Croakers as well, I think are great for, just cycling this deck and finding more responses to the discard deck, because generally they are going to be playing a lot more cards overall than you, because they're cycling so much that, being able to answer that is going to be really good. Tom Kench having that big booty, like you mentioned, going to be able to block all of this as well is really strong. And the Guiding Touch, also, being able to use that on your own face, that extra 2 life can make a huge difference when you go up against a deck like Discard.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much, it's going to be very relevant, of course, it being a game of inches in a lot of cases here. And also, of course, the Broadback Protector is going to, put a sort of reverse clock onto Chelo, where, it's a clock in its own right, where after a certain point, Chelo's just not going to have enough damage to go over the top unless there is the Farron. But the hand now for Mo is not really able to deal with the Farron very well, but theoretically could.
Yeah, I think for Mo, what's really nice is he has this Boxtopus to deal with the Jinx. I think if he didn't have a way to deal with this Jinx, he would probably be in a lot of trouble. But I do expect on this attack in turn, we'll likely see that Boxtopus come out and actually be able to deal with this major threat from Chelo. And the fact that he's got the Farron means unless he wants to discard it, he can't level this Jinx. And we know he actually can't level this Jinx on this turn at all. It's too expensive. He's got the Visions, he's got the Flame Chompers, and that's another 5 mana. He would need 6 to actually get through and level the Jinx. So
yeah, he would have to. Okay, it didn't pan out. That's a good one for him though. But he would have had to discard Farron and draw Rummage exactly. Would have done it.
Right, there was one way. Yeah, there was exactly one way to get there.
Yeah, I think also if he would have drawn Poro Cannon and play, like there were outs to do it, but it would involve discarding Farron on spec to be able to do it. So this is just going to be a development from Chelo here. Still quite scary if you're Mo, even though the Jinx is going to be down. That 5/4 overwhelm is still going to be scary, at least somewhat. And Mo has not found a spot to develop the Broadback yet, and it's possible he's going to be able to next turn. But an open attack from Chelo is going to be very scary here.
Yeah, open attack from Chelo is great because he can, get that overwhelm through. You said 5/4, but it can be a 6/4 with this Visions. And then also he's wide enough to potentially get one more thing through, or the entire 6 damage can go through. So I think that's a pretty good spot for this crowd favorite, as we actually see the heal go on to Tom and then Shakedown.
Yep, I like this.
So Mo is getting rid of the challenger on offense. He doesn't want to let these Flame Chompers set up for a big attack on the next turn. I think this is really smart in trying to mitigate any HP loss at this point, considering that Mo is at 9, and so he's got to be very worried from this position.
Ooh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's scary for sure if you're Mo, and I do like that proactive play. Just keep the board as clean as possible. It makes future crowd favorites actively bad. Instead of being like game winning, they're actually potentially game losing, right? If you're drawing a 4-mana 2/1 instead of like a 4-mana 6/5 or 5/4, it's a huge difference in a spot like this. And there's the Broadbacked, and Chelo has the ability to play the Augmented Experimenter here, kill the Tom, and potentially be drawing towards a Jinx, but that means that's at the cost of his Farron. He has to decide basically now what way he's going.
Blev, I think he kind of wants this Farron bad. Like, that is his win con.
Yeah.
In this matchup. That's why he kept it from the beginning.
Yep.
But it's hurting him in the spot because he can't play this Augmented Experimenter. And even after he plays Farron, he can't play Augmented Experimenter because there goes his Decimates. And this is double Broad-backed Protector.
Yep.
That is so much healing. And we see in Mo's hand, there is a Soraka that can come down alongside them to continue to heal them back up. Like, this spot is so brutal for Chelo. at this point, because, you know, we're going to see these portals start to come down, and they can't really be responded to extremely well other than with an acquired taste. But I don't know, like, the Farron is just going to come down too late because of these broadback protectors.
Yeah, the Farron is, I mean, gonna be scary. There's not really a great way to deal with it outright. But Mo just sort of gets to passively deal with it by gaining 6 a turn, right? Like, yeah, Farron's attacking for a bunch, and there's going to be decimates, but he's not going to be able to deal with it straight up.
It looks like Mo doesn't even want to go for the Raka. Gonna go instead for the Star Shepherd, start getting this cranked up. Yep. The Star Spring's going to be doing some healing on this turn. Double Star Spring, in fact, are both going to get that healing. So
the Star Shepherd's going to be able to trade with the Farron already.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's already at 8 attack. And a shakedown. And a shakedown was picked up. Nice. So Farron comes down.
Farron. Okay, that was big. But man, these draws are just awkward for Chelo. Which cards does he actually want to play?
Yeah, we go Farron, and then I wonder if you swing with the Farron, and when Star Shepherd blocks, do you actually get excited the Star Shepherd?
I think you probably do. I mean, it's the same amount of damage, right? Except you're saving your Farron, and then I mean, it's going to depend. I guess it obviously depends on what Mo's line is here.
Yeah, I mean, it won't. We know that won't work, right? So we're looking at this. We see that Bastion on the side of Mo. So that's not going to even work for Chelo, but I think that's like his best line. But considering that Bastion is there, this might just be done. I don't know if Chelo can actually get through these broadback protectors, considering his Farron is going to die. He's not going to have these Poros. Even though he's got 3 decimates, you just can't play them fast enough.
Right. And it's just not it's just not enough. It doesn't even line up right? Like decimates are effectively doing 1 damage a turn because of broadback protector. And actually they're doing -2 if there's 2 broadback protectors out.
Right. That's assuming that this one is getting traded away here to defend against the crowd favorite, which is a fair assumption. And actually Chelo holds on to the get excited, which is honestly very beneficial for Chelo as far as going aggressive and trying to win this game.
Yeah.
Because now Mo doesn't have any more healing, and Chelo has 15 damage going towards the face.
Well,
now, Mo has, when I say no more healing, I mean no additional on top of the impact. But that's not enough to save him from double decimate get excited.
Ooh.
Which doesn't quite have enough mana to play this turn. Decimate double get excited though. He does have enough for that.
Yep,
and currently Mo cannot survive that.
Yeah, so actually all of a sudden this is potentially moving back towards Chelo. It might just be enough. That second get excited was huge.
Oh, we're gonna come down to draws. Look at Mo's hand right now. It's double Pale Cascade. I'm curious, does Chelo go for it? I think he might have to. We look at those Star Springs, they're about to be done. This is the turn Chelo has to make his move. And I think if he makes his move on this turn, Chelo can actually win. It really comes down to what the Pale Cascades find.
Right. Absolutely does. He got a guiding touch. But is it going to be enough? Oh, because I don't know though. I don't know if it's not going to be enough.
It's still close because of the decimates. There's a little bit of stream lag, it looks like, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna see what happens.
Yeah.
I know Mo might be a little bit in the future now because of the little bit of lag on Chelo's side. But we do see that guiding touch.
Yep. So Chelo goes decimate here. Mo goes to 2. Then Mo will go up to 5. with Broadback. Cello casts another Decimate, puts Mo to 1, then casts a Get Excited. So the Guiding Touch actually doesn't do anything unless Cello goes for double Get Excited this turn, which will actually get massively punished because it's going to cost him a Decimate.
Yeah, if Cello slow plays this, shouldn't he just always win? Because there would have to be so much healing to actually respond to having 2 Decimates.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. We're gonna look at it from Mo's perspective now.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Cello is afraid of. I guess it's just every turn there's the 3 healing ticking away with the ticking up. I guess the opposite of ticking away, but yeah, Mo gets to punish this with the Guiding Touch.
Yeah, so 1 Decimate was expended with a Get Excited by Cello. So he is down 1 Decimate. Guiding Touch saves Mo from that, but he doesn't have any way to gain life from this 1 Decimate. He's staring down a Decimate right now.
Except the Broadback Protector is going to put him right. It's going to put him 1 away.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It puts him 1 away.
And there are no Mystic shots in the deck. So, I mean, obviously Jinx would be massive, as always, as Jinx always is. So
what was the top deck for Cello?
Oh, this is actually more exciting not seeing his hand. Yeah, I think you're right, Casa. I think Cello went for the win immediately and gets punished by the 1 card that punishes him, which is Guiding Touch. There's no other Nexus healing in the deck. It's just Guiding Touch.
Right, so letting the Broadback Protector go off and just having... He had the mana. Did he have the cards? He would have, because he could just discard the card he just drew instead. And he would have had the mana to play out all of these. I think it was just a mistake from Cello and Mo. If I'm Mo and you pass on this, I just want to heal with my Broadback Protector. I'm going to take that.
Slam the OK button as fast as possible. Oh, and by the way, here's another Guiding Touch just in case. Ooh, does Star Shepherds change anything? I don't know. I also don't know what these Star Springs are at.
They're almost there.
Oh, they are there. Oh, and also the damage just does it. Okay. See, I told you the Star Springs wouldn't win if you weren't also going to win. Actually, they were extremely relevant there, so I was just wrong. But Mo was correct as he wins 2-1 after losing that first game against Cello there. That was an insane set.
Yeah, it was a really close set. I think Cello may have had an opportunity to win that one there. A little bit of a misplay, but Mo, staying steady, make sure to pass when appropriate, protecting his units as he could. I think Mo played it well and put himself in a position where one misplay there from Cello can cost him the game, and Mo is going to advance winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, yes, the players do have open deck lists, but it's, we're thinking, oh, the only thing is Guiding Touch. Maybe Cello had a different line. Maybe it was he's playing around, something coming out of hand and killing him all of a sudden. I don't know. You're also, another draw gives him another out to draw Guiding Touch, so maybe that was the consideration, but we had the benefit of caster vision and know that Cello's line obviously did not play out there. And it is going to be Mo taking it down at 2-1.
Yeah, we just take a look at the quick recap here. We were Cello with that fearsome list in game 1, extremely strong deck. We felt like it was, kind of doing everything, completely running over Mo on that first round. But then in the next 2 games, it was discard, struggling against Anivia and the Soraka Kench deck. It wasn't able to get through Mo's more control, heal-heavy lineup going up against aggro. I know Mo was a little bit worried about Cello early on. Mo was one of the players Blev and I were talking about earlier that said they thought they were going to go 0-2. A lot of players came into tonight.
Yeah.
You expect people to come into a fight night with some confidence. They're like, yeah, I'm going to win. I'm going to do well. No, we had about half the lobby being like, it's doomed. It's 0-2. We're going out. We're going out first. Yeah. Oh, it's looking bad for us tonight. And so far, when I'm taking a quick peek over at the bracket, I'm seeing that a lot of the players that said they didn't think they were going to do well have already won or picked up a game in their set. So we'll have to see. We'll have to figure out who how that first round actually shakes out. We're actually going to jump over to a quick break, but when we return, there will be more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping straight into game with another one matchups. That is Finney versus Sudra. I believe this is game 2. This is going to be Sudra playing the Leona Asol, going up against Finney. On the Deep, we see Slaughterdox out right now. We actually haven't watched much Deep on NA's stream because I think it was only EU as Marcus that found a win with it as the only player that brought it in a previous week.
Yeah.
And now, you know, we got it in NA, and a couple people have actually brought it. And Slaughterdox, I actually think this was one of the better landmarks. I actually felt like it's pretty solid for the deck that it lives in. Yeah,
low key, actually a powerhouse. You know, it allows you to have, you know, put some investment in your early game with Slaughterdox, kind of, you know, being a 3-mana do nothing. You know, the turn that you play it obviously is not great, but you're essentially spending that cost of playing 3 mana to do nothing to a couple of turns later get a big sea monster out for no mana investment on that turn. So is really actually turned out to be a very, very strong card in a lot of the matchups, as well as obviously propelling you towards Deep. So really kind of smoothed out the Deep list quite a bit. I know our EU counterpart, Impetuous Panda, who is in chat right now, has been a proponent of Deep for a very long time. I know he actually came out with one of the first like actual refined versions of Deep back when Rising Tides first came out. Helped me gain a lot of LP back then, and has been playing it quite a bit recently too.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that list from Panda when Deep first came out was by far the best ladder variant of the list. Like playing any other Deep variations on the ladder a lot of time was kind of trolling, but that one is really, really good. And I think, you know, in general, I think Deep has been a deck that is very much in and out of the meta. We haven't seen a lot recently. It's kind of been a while since we've had Deep really make a splash back into the meta. You know, old Big Bilge.
Big Bilge. Hasn't been around.
Hasn't been around lately, right?
Yeah.
So, but there was a time where Deep was like one of the most dominant decks in the meta early on in Rising Tides, and it sat in tier 1 for quite a while. And I mean, maybe we'll start to see its resurgence here. I mean, a couple players already playing it. I know it's mostly a meta call that people are taking it for, so the chances of having us have another week where it's this many people selecting Deep would be pretty rare, but it is still nice to see this deck return.
It absolutely is. And there's actually been again harkening back to the fact that I've been trolling the ladder, the NA Masters ladder for new decks. I've been seeing a lot of different versions of Deep, and many of them are actually not running Shadow Isles at all. I know I've seen a P&Z version. I've seen a Freljord version. I think it's Random 7 has been running these different versions of Bilgewater Nautilus sea monsters with other combinations, as well as a list that I believe Panda came up with that still ran Shadow Isles but cut Maokai entirely. So I think there's still a lot of options potentially to go for when building the deck. It's not just straightforward. But yeah, like you said, it is definitely a meta call. And if you think it's a good time for Deep to come out, it can be very, very strong.
Yeah, and you know, this time around going up against Sudracon's, this is essentially a mono Targon list as well. It's not quite. It's just a couple of Demacia cards for Sudracon. He does have, I believe, it's just single combat and concerted strike. There's actually another version of this list in the tournament run by Glop where he just goes full mono Targon. But they actually are fairly similar lists in general. Just the extra combat removal has been splashed in for Sudracon's variation. But this deck in general has been very good against Deep in the past. Because of the obliterate cards that you get from Invoke, and we see that here with the Comet.
Yeah, I think that's kind of part of the reason that Deep has sort of fallen out of the meta is that if, you know, Deep really has solidified itself as a you know, mid-rangey pushing into like a bigger mid-range type of deck. I think of like a, you know, if you're coming from Magic, like traditionally like a big red or like a you know, a mid-range green deck that's just like big units. There's a little bit of interaction and it just kind of does its thing very proactively. If you're playing these control decks, you know, these Aurelion Soul decks, these Feel the Rush type decks, even Trundle just kind of combats a lot of what Deep is doing before it goes deep, and it also can go over the top with Feel the Rush. So it just kind of felt weak. But you know, if you're thinking that Feel the Rush isn't necessarily going to be a mainstay, or you know, these Aurelion Soul decks aren't going to be everywhere, Deep seems great. Of course, unfortunately for Finney, that does not seem to be the case thus far.
Yeah, I mean, this is a poor matchup for Finney to hit. Really does not want to be seeing Sudracon's Targon Demacia list when he's playing Deep. This is definitely one of the matches that he's not going to be favored in playing against all this Invoke. But in general, we might see other matchups later in the day where these Deep lists end up having a lot more success. And even in this game, I think it's not necessarily closed out. The Aurelion Souls are going to be very difficult for Finney to deal with, especially because he did just lose his Nautilus. He has gone deep now, and we could see that start to turn the tides a little bit, but Eclipse Dragon being the draw for Sudracon is really big. I think that helps him quite a bit, and he still has a Star Shaping to look for more Invoke alongside this Solari Priestess, which can give him another Comet potentially to just deal with any other threats that Finney draws. And this actually was one of the biggest things that killed Deep off initially with Call of the Mountain were these Targon and Invoke decks pulling out these Obliterates, getting rid of your big units, and it basically made Deep disappear for a very long time. Yeah,
and another problem is like I think one of the bigger powerhouses of the Deep deck is the Devourer of the Depths, right? In certain matchups, it can be absolutely devastating. You know, if you're able to play a 7/7 for 6 mana and kill one of their units, that can be absolutely massive. You look at this board, I mean, Finney not even opting to play it, right? Like, are you going to kill a Mountain Scryer? Okay, great, sure. Okay, you killed a 2/3. It doesn't even really matter, and there's just chump blockers for days here. The Devourer is just not even really doing anything. In scenarios like that, it's just, even though Devourer of the Depths is such a good card in general, it's just not good enough here. It just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it feels like something you have to hold on to for one of these other things to come out, but the Devourer is not even going to be able to be played into something like the Aurelion Soul because its HP value is too high. After the Eclipse Dragon was buffed as well, that's big, but wait a minute.
Wait.
I don't know if that's going to actually get us where Finney wants. But what a pull. I mean, it's not enough. It's not enough. Close. Man, what a pull. If he had one more Sea Monster on this board, that could have just been the end of it for Sudracon. Because you can't react at fast speed. You can't react at burst speed with this deck.
Yep.
And Terror of the Tides is so horrifying. Actually, you know, it was so funny. We talk about that Devourer of the Depths, like, oh, there's no reason to play it there. It's very funny how results-based, if he had played that, Finney would have won the game. Now, I do not think it was at all the correct decision for him to play it. It's just really funny that he would have won the game if he had, because of this Terror of the Tides.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think it's I don't know. I feel like every single call I've made so far today has been wrong. I feel like I've had too many fight nights in a row where I've had a couple of good calls. So this might be the night where everything I say is immediately going to be contradicted by the way the game plays out. So I'll just leave it up to the cards. But no, I do agree. Like playing the Devourer there, yes. I mean, you can look at what your odds of hitting the Terror of the Tides is and thinking that an open attack is going to hit, but I think you do want to save your Devourer for a Ravone or a Leona potentially. You don't necessarily want to use it on a Mountain Scryer just to essentially kill a 2/3, right?
For the off chance that you hit your Terror of the Tides and you lethal. Yeah, it's not really something that we would expect. And unfortunately for Finney, I do think that this board is still going to just keep getting worse and worse for him. Atrocity is kind of the out at this point if he's running it. Yeah. I am like slowly reviewing the deck as we go through, and there's actually no atrocities for Finney, so that out is actually out. It's not going to be there in this deck. And then it comes down to maybe there's a Shipwreck Order, so maybe Treasures can help bring this back, but I don't know if they're shuffled in. I don't think we've seen a Shipwreck Order, and it's more than likely that has not come out yet, and therefore Finney is slowly hemorrhaging to Sudracon's aggressive board. But he has fallen quite low. There is still that Terror of the Tides that Sudracon has to deal with, so maybe Finney can string something together with this Ruination, with something, but double Aurelian Soul Hand for Sudracon makes me not exactly optimistic for Deep's chances.
I agree. I mean, the late game is certainly in one of these players' favors, and it's not the one who it certainly is the one who has 20, 34, 44 mana worth of spells in hand. I think that they might be in a better spot for the late game, especially when the 7 mana 7/7 also draws you 2 cards.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it certainly does help out. And this, I wonder, I mean, this play is pretty tough, right? Because the Cosmic Inspiration, is this even that good on this board? I'm wondering, because the Terror of the Tides is actually still going to be reducing the attack values below the blocking capabilities. I guess this just says that Sudracon is always playing Comet on the Terror this next turn.
Yes, I think that's that's probably where you're at anyway. I mean, Dragon, I guess what Inspiration does is it makes Leona able to block through the Terror, which is nice. So you don't have to play Comet onto Terror if you don't want to. No, you still do.
Still do, right? Because it's reducing the attack for the other 2 fearsome.
It does make your Concerted Strike beefier, right? Like you do need a lot of meat behind that Concerted Strike to take down a sea monster for sure.
Yeah, I feel like one of these removal spells has to be played, right? Well, and I expect it to be Comet, because you can play the Concerted in response on the attack, and you'll still have 4 attack available, I believe, to actually clear away the Devourer.
Yep.
I just am trying to imagine like why Sudracon would not want to Comet this Terror, and I mean, of course, we finally see him commit it. I guess the question comes down to, does he need to hold it for Nautilus? But that is pretty tough.
Yeah, that is a consideration. Oh, Casa, this is a card we have not seen on stream in so long, and it is just a travesty that I don't have go for this. Of course I had it. I had to have it ready.
Oh my god.
It's been so long since I've been able to jaw ready for this.
You've just left it on the board all these years. Blevins. Because it's been years since we've seen Deep on the channel. And you finally get to play the jaw ready for this.
Yes.
Jaw Hunters.
I've redeemed myself from Blevins baby. The
I don't know about
will
that,
never
but,
speak.
You know.
There are Blev baby fans out there, I swear. There's at least 2 of them, for sure. But yes, this we do see the Jaw Hunters, which is actually, I mean, obviously, it drawing a card is great, and you know it doesn't feel great trading a Jaw Hunter for a Solari Priestess. But what if that Solari Priestess became a 3/3? It feels a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. I think the Jaw Hunters, just having Challenger in general can be very powerful as Finney tries to widen this board. But overall, yeah, generating a card is good. It's not the worst draw he has, but I think the Shipwreck Hoarder and the Nautilus are the two big things that Finney wants to hit to try and close out this game. But he's now staring down an Aurelion Soul, and that's going to generate some Celestials. Sudra, I think going for just one of these elusives makes a lot of sense to me. I know that Living Legends is quite good, but even post nerf, Living Legends is, I mean, it's still strong, but it's not nearly as good as it used to be. And unless your Aurelion Soul is leveled up, of course, then it's, you know, just like the best card in the game. But I think an elusive should be able to close this out. And there is one with Spell Shield available. Also, you know, the Phoenix is quite powerful as well against any kind of removal. So I'm a big fan of this direction that Sudra taking, and he's gonna lose his board to Ruination, but now he gets to either replay Soul or he gets to play an elusive to try and still win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if Finney draws exactly Nautilus, that's kind of scary.
Right, yeah.
But even so, the Great Beyond is going to be able to trade with it. I'm imagining, there's certainly been more than 3 Celestials played, or could just play. I mean, can even play the Spacey Sketcher to just chump block it. So there's really you're really not scared of anything if you're Sudra. In fact, like it's possible that if Sudra had control of Finney's turn, he may have also cast that rotation. Like it was almost just as good for him as it was for Finney in that case, because the kind of a neutral board there.
Yeah. And so now he's basically in the position where Sudra, I don't even know if he has to worry about the board getting too wide, because 9 health should be able to defend him. And also, he does have this Concerted Strike. I think the safest play is obviously going to be the Spacey Sketcher first, and then he can go into Great Beyond, which I believe, I'm looking at that, I think it's O Grande Alien, which is a great name.
If that's the case, someone needs to show me how to change my language to Spanish, because that's amazing.
O Grande Alien.
It's still better.
Okay, yeah. I was like, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen. If there was just... Okay. But still, someone needs to Photoshop Alan ZQ's face onto that and have O Grande Alan for sure. That needs to happen. O Grande Alan, yeah.
O Grande Alan.
Of course, Sudra is the Portuguese client instead of the Spanish client too. So,
well, I don't know how to do either. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Chad. I'm a dummy. Flame me, please. Sorry, everyone. I'm stupid. But yes. Spacey Sketcher able to block here. I know. I messed up, Chad. I know.
But we do have the Great Beyond.
Yep.
Or O Grande Elim. Coming down. 16 attack. Gonna be able to pretty much just close this out. I mean, Finney does actually have a way to survive.
Yep.
With the Vengeance in response, but even though he can answer this, we can see potentially just a Aurelion Soul come down as well.
Yeah, I mean, Finney is still surviving another turn cycle here. I don't think there's anything that Sudra can do to win the game this turn. As we know, this Great Beyond attack is not going to go through with the Vengeance. And then there, can be some follow-up from Finney. I don't know that there's a way he can possibly close this game out, but he's not going to die this turn.
And once again, Aurelion Soul coming down.
Yep.
A couple more big boys offered. Going to pick up the Phoenix. And there's not a response to Aurelion Soul this time around. Finney just maybe hoping that he can go wide. He's just been missing on this Nautilus draw for quite some time. Maokai, I don't know if Finney can hold on enough turns for a Maokai win condition to even work. And I don't even know if this Maokai is leveled yet. I think it is. Yeah, we're going to see.
Oh, I think it's actually worse that it's leveled, surprisingly enough. I think that the possibility to go, if Sudra develops a unit that can be devoured, which he's not going to, but he could have played devoured, killed a unit, and gotten a sapling, and potentially had a swing there, but isn't going to be able to do that. I'm pretty sure he's not surviving. He's not going to survive this upcoming turn, especially considering that there's going to be a Great Beyond. At the very least, it's going to be played. Aurelian Soul is going to be leveled up.
Yeah, I think Finney's doomed. I think he's doomed here.
Yeah. Sudra can also deny this healing with the Concerted Strike if he really wants to. Looks like he might actually go for it. It looks like Sudra just figuring out how he wants to clean up the rest of this game. But that is going to be a leveled up Aurelian Soul. A free card generated from Aurelian Soul this turn. At the very least, The Great Beyond coming out for free. Oh. And a Golden Sisters, too.
Yeah, Finney finally hits Nautilus, but it is too little too late. We are going to have that elusive Phoenix go through, pick up the kill, and that is going to be 1-1 on this series. As far as I'm aware, it is 1-1, and that is going to bring us to a game number 3. It will be Deep versus Zombie Swain as the last two decks remaining for these players. Now, I'm pretty excited about this Zombie Swain deck from Sudra. It's pretty interesting overall. I mean, Swain, Rekindler, Farron, Leviathan, there's a lot of late game power, and you know, Noxus plus Shadow Isles we've seen with a couple of these like mid-range, more combo-y aggressive decks. With Hecarim in the past, we saw like Blood Riders running this region combination. This is a bit different, of course. It's Elise Swain, whereas Blood Riders was Vladimir Hecarim, which had its own particular interaction and combination. But still, pretty cool to see this list. I'm surprised, actually, we don't see any Harrowings alongside the Swain, Rekindler, Baron, Leviathan. I think could be an interesting card to have paired with this, but will not be the case. And we see a lot of top end picked up off the rip for Sudra.
Yeah, that's all going to get shipped back away. Oh, Banquet Cruel is way cooler than Vile Feast in terms of name. Yes, I butchered that pronunciation as well, but you know what? I'm just leaning into it at this point.
Blevins.
Someone in chat, just type it out how I should have pronounced it. Just type it out, and then I'll use that.
Wrong answers only. All right, but Elise picked up for Sudra on turn 2. He loves to see that. His hand was slow. He grabs that 2-drop. Try and put some pressure onto Deep, because I don't think he contends with Deep in the mid game. He needs to reach the point where he's got the Leviathans out, and then he can start to restabilize. But early aggression into survival in the mid game, into Leviathans coming down and setting up to lock up the board, are exactly what Sutracon's going to be looking for in this matchup. As we do see the Slaughter Dogs, but Scorched Earth is available for Sutracon.
It is. That's an aggressive Scorched Earth. I have played exactly 0 games of this matchup for sure. I don't think I've even really seen. I don't know if I've seen Swain Elise. Not this version of it. I've seen a more aggressive version of it, but this is more like this is TF Swain with Shadow Isles instead of Bilgewater. That's exactly what this list is. So it's this is, I would almost call this deck like 5 Ravenous Flocks. Actually, 7 Ravenous Flocks deck. It's got the Swain, it's got the 3 regulars, the 2 Swain, and the 2 Black Spears. It's just mono Ravenous Flock deck. So yeah, I'm not super familiar with this one. It seems a little clunky, like you said, that the mid game is where this deck is really going to struggle, because Swain, if not leveled up, is going to be kind of an awkward unit in terms of stats. If Finney can get deep even remotely quickly, it's going to be pretty hard for Sudra to do too much.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this deck. I am intrigued. Like you mentioned, the Phlox, like this deck really wants to do 4 damage, which is pretty cool to see. I think it has to be specifically like looking at some kind of deck. I'm not sure exactly what it's targeting by wanting to deal 4 damage so bad, but yeah. Overall, I like when we see something a lot newer come out of these players, and I think that Sudra with this list, it's kind of breaks the mold a little bit. We've seen similar decks, but never anything that's exactly this when it comes to a fight night, and it's always good to see some of this innovation, and I'm interested to see what matchups are looking the best for Sudra.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it certainly is. It certainly is something that people were not building around, right? Like, you're not like, well, at least Swain's at the top of the meta, so I'm going to try to counter this deck. I mean, in the same way that it's kind of tough to counter Swain TF. It's just like kind of a decent, like, mid-rangey deck that has over the top with the Leviathan and Farron package, and also just has a ton of damage base removal. And all those things are just generically good. You're not doing anything too crazy, but you're also not like super soft to anything either. So I like it. And if you want, Sudra, I was going to say you can open up your Bilgewater for another region, but for another deck, but Sudra not even opting to run Bilgewater at all this week. So
yeah, overall region's pretty interesting. Demacia and Targon being the other regions that he's running, which are I think overall less represented than a lot of the other regions right now. When we see things, I mean, we're seeing a little bit more Targon come back this week. We saw a little Demacia from Finney last week, actually. But overall, both those regions have been a little less represented. So pretty surprising lineup across the board for Sudra. And I know while Sudra has been an extremely successful player in LoR, he has actually always struggled in Giant Slayer events. We've had him on a couple of times. He's been on a couple of reckonings, in fact, and Sudra hasn't been able to find the same success in Giant Slayer tournaments as he has in every other tournament series. I think Sudra has done extremely well in. So it will be cool to see if this lineup, this really creative lineup that he's brought, that is pretty different from anyone else's, is the ticket to some success through this tournament. And he's against runner-up Finney in round 1. Sure. Game 3, going up against Deep with the Brew. If we're talking about out of the decks in this tournament, this one is absolutely the Brew.
It definitely is, but it is a Brew, but it's also, like we mentioned, kind of, it's not super far off the beaten path in terms of the direction that the deck has gone. It is a different deck for sure, but it's not a different strategy outright, if that makes sense. So I definitely like the the innovation here for sure. If you're coming in and you're not, you haven't been playing in fight nights every week, obviously only 2 players are invited back on any given consecutive week, but if you've been away from it for a little bit, you want to come in, you don't want to play the meta stuff necessarily, because that's what everyone is countering, right? You want to play something that's a little off the beaten path, but not too far off.
Yeah, it's always funny to see, because I think this week in particular, I heard some players talking about it, how they felt like NA's meta for this week just looks insane. It doesn't look like what anyone would expect, because it feels like every single player took that approach this week, where it was like, okay, so these are the meta decks, so I'm not going to play those. I'm going to play something that beats it. And just everyone did that. Yeah. So now no one really brought the meta deck necessarily, right? No. We don't see any Ash. We don't see any back alley poker.
Are there 0 copies of Go Hard in this deck?
Yeah, I think there's no Go Hard.
I don't know if this Ezreal deck might be running it, but I mean, okay, the Ezreal deck is running Go Hard, but it's not a Go Hard deck. It just has Go Hard.
Sure, yeah.
But I mean that we've seen this happen a couple of times where like everyone goes level 2 and there's no one that goes level 1, and then Sudra just went like, I'm not playing your game. I'm playing my own game.
Yeah, it is funny to see. It surely is, because it does make the meta look really weird. But the meta looks weird because what everyone expected the meta to be, everyone went against it. And maybe some people tried to take it an additional level. Hard to judge when we look at this, because it does feel like a very Wild West week when it comes to the deck list, which is so much fun to watch. I absolutely love when we get weeks like this.
Oh, I mean, it is been one of the greatest joys of casting Fight Night, is to see its own meta develop and see the takes that the different players have on it. I mean, you know, there are certain players who just go against the grain no matter what, right? That's just the beauty of it entirely. Not to mention the fact that Runeterra's meta is so diverse just in general compared to, you know, traditional other card games where, you know, a lot of times a top 8 for that will have 8 or 7 or 6 to 8 copies of the same deck. And that would just be not great.
All right, but now we see Finney able to go deep here. This is a bit devastating for SudraCon because he will be losing the Swain. He can look to glimpse and draw a bit off of this. And then on top of that, SudraCon is going into his Leviathan turn, so there will be potential to bring this back. But we look over at Finney, his hand, he has 2 Ruinations. So he's going to be able to answer these Leviathans extremely well. And when I look strictly at hand states, even though SudraCon is sitting on double Leviathan, I actually put a slight favor towards Finney in the capacity to respond to SudraCon's threats and then move into this Nautilus and the Sea Monsters, since he is already deep.
Yeah, it's funny. We talked about how early game SudraCon could be advantaged with the Elise and sort of aggressive Housebiter. Arachnoid Sentry game plan could be. Then in the mid game, it goes to Finney, and then in the sort of end of mid game, beginning of late game, SudraCon, it goes back, shifts towards SudraCon because of the Leviathans and the Captain Farron. But actually, if you go to the late game, it goes back towards Finney because there's just more resources between, you know, the treasures from Shipwreck Quarter, even the Jaw Hunters just generating another threat. There are more threats in that Finney has access to than SudraCon, because once the Swains and Leviathans and the one Farron is gone, if Finney's not dead, there's just nothing else to be done, really. I mean, Rekindler helps too, but rekindling a Swain is a value play. It's not going to do much if there's a board full of sea monsters.
Yeah, and I mean, we look at the removal even. It's going to run, right? Like you mentioned, there's too many threats.
Yeah.
He's looking at this Scorched Earth and he's like, well, I kind of need to get rid of this Elusive, this Abyssal Eye at 6/3. It's damage.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get rid of that. I guess I have an Elusive so I can block that. So do I get rid of the Slaughter Docks, or do I need to actually hold this for Nautilus maybe down the line? Do I need to be able to cast Death's Hand plus Scorched Earth on Nautilus? But, well then, okay, so if I do that, then I guess the Sea Monster is going to come out of Slaughter, and maybe there'll be another Sea Monster that gets played out of hand from Finney, and I'm kind of running out of tools here. I guess I'm just going to need to hit this Leviathan and pray that it sticks, because this is just really, really tough.
Yeah, it's it is a not a great situation for SudraCon. Yeah, the Scorched Earth is going to come out on the Slaughter Docks, but like the Slaughter Docks just delays the inevitable, right? It's not actually killing a threat. It's just preventing a threat from coming out this turn for free. So yes, that is good for SudraCon, but it again, in the later the game goes on, the worse it's going to end up being for SudraCon, because of all the reasons we talked about before. Finney now, I have to wonder how threatened Finney is of a Leviathan. We get the little bit of a preview here. Finney's going for it. Big Bilge is in the building and is looking to threaten here.
Yeah, I guess in some world, this is like slightly better for SudraCon because he gets to develop the Leviathan in response, and now it's not threatened by a Ruination. And it's a 2-turn clock for Finney. So he does feel like he has to actually start to really put the pressure forth. In fact, developing Leviathan might end up being bad here almost. Sorry, not developing Leviathan, developing Nautilus on the other side.
Right.
Is what I mean. Yeah, is what I mean. Sorry. It just puts him in a situation where now this Leviathan has come down. It's going to deal 3. There isn't really much healing here. And we look at on the other side, Sudra actually has lethal damage available with cards in hand because the Leviathan puts forth 3. And then we see, of course, we've got the damage from Death's Hand and the Unspeakable Horror. But on the other side, unfortunately, the only great blocker for this Nautilus is the 3/1, which is going to get Vile Feasted. So it all works out in the end for Finney.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Vile Feast was the follow-up for Finney makes this play make a lot more sense. It is essentially pricing, I think it's literally, it is actually pricing the Leviathan to block. So actually, I do like Finney's play quite a bit. I mean, it is still a little bit scary because, you're developing, you're committing 7 mana early into full mana of your opponent, which again at this level of play is just it's not sus, but it is less common and a little bit risky just in general, right? When you have 3 spell mana to play with and your opponent has it full bar, that's a tough proposition for sure. But now Finney going to be able to put forth a very big attack here, force out some blocks, including one from the Leviathan. And it might just be, Sudra does have that damage like you mentioned, Casa, but it might just be too little.
Yeah.
It might be too clunky.
Yeah, okay, so Sudra has to block the Nautilus with Leviathan, and then he has a second Leviathan available for this next turn.
Yeah.
Now, it can be removed with Ruination, but of course that would also get rid of Finney's Nautilus, so I think that wouldn't necessarily feel like his best line of play unless he felt he was going to die to the shots. Yeah, you have to block Sudra. You have to block the Nautilus.
Yep. I mean, you don't have to. You can take the L.
True. Really yeah, I guess you can hold the L if you want. Yeah. You are right. Technically, you don't have to. No one's forcing you to block the Nautilus.
Yeah. You have to block if you want to win, but no one told you that you had to win.
Yeah. It is not a requirement when playing Fight Night to win the game.
Yeah.
We would prefer that you attempt to win the game.
In fact,
I think it is required that you attempt to win the game. But maybe he just wouldn't see that, he had to block there, his decision.
Did you know, Casa, that 50% of the games end in a win and 50% of the games end in a loss?
Interesting. That is an interesting statistic, Blevins.
Actually, that might not even be true. I don't know. Because I think we've seen a draw before. So never mind. I'm making up joke facts that aren't even true. Classic.
Classic Blevins.
Yep, classic me. Blevins. We're back in action, baby. I know that this isn't a thing that Twitch does, but I can see viewers leaving chat as I speak.
You see people leaving as they walk.
I see people. I'm getting a notification for unfollows for our brand new Giant Slayer LOR channel. Speaking of which, if you haven't already, make sure you do hit the follow button as we are on our brand new Giant Slayer LOR channel. I brought it back. This was the long cut.
Okay. All right. So
we brought it back. And Casa, are you y'all ready for this? I'm gonna get a CMCA. That's my goal. The new channel CMCA.
Speaking of bringing it back, Finney with the healing from that Withering Wail has put himself out of range of the lethal and will be able to take this with this attack going all in. There is not a response from Sudra that can keep him alive here.
Nope.
And that is going to make it so Finney is going to stay winner's side. Sudra will be dropping to the lower bracket, still having a chance to make it back through this game. But Finney will be moving on. And I want to point out, so we'll get the bracket up shortly. I'm going to start talking about it immediately because it's really funny. The three most vocal people about being like, oh, I'm 0-2. I'm 0-2. I'm gonna lose. It's over. It's all over. We're gonna lose. Rattling Bones, Mo, and Glop. They're all in the next round as we take a look at the bracket recap here. Finney versus Sudra Khan. Finney was able to take game 1 with Feel the Mina, which we'll probably see some of this deck later. It is actually fairly popular in the tournament. And then, losing once with Deep and finally able to pick up that win. But here we are. We got the bracket up. Glop, Mo, Rattling Bones, all winner's side right now after saying they're going to go 0-2, talking about how their lineups were bad, how they're not going to win. And, we see the result. They've all moved on to the next round, winner's side. Finney going to be the one joining them as we look down at the lower bracket. JLo has actually already been eliminated. Yangzera finding that win. It was quite the long round 1, so some of the losers' matches had already begun and gone. But we will be jumping to, I believe, one of these matches fairly soon, either Rattling Bones versus Mo or Finney versus Glop. I think it will be Finney versus Glop is going to be our featured matchup for round 2 of the bracket with the winners semifinals. This should be a really good matchup between the two. It'll be another longer matchup, I expect. When I look at Glop's lineup, we see the Mono Targon. We see the Feel the Rush deck. With Shadow Isles as the splash, not the Mina version for Glop. A lot more of these late game controlling decks going up against Finney, who also is running some more, controlling decks, with Deep being the faster deck of the two, which isn't necessarily a very fast deck.
No, not necessarily fast. And yeah, we can see here the Mono Targon, the old Mountain Scryer Allegiance deck, just saying, there's nothing that's worth the splash. And you know what? I want to run the Skies Descend as a main deck card. No Aurelian Soul. I just want the big board wipe, which makes sense. I mean, with Mountain Scryers, Solari Priestess, I mean, there's Star Shapings as well. There's a lot of Celestial Generation, Spacey Sketcher too. So
Eclipse Dragon,
Skies Descend is and Eclipse Dragon. I mean, there's basically every card you can want that's generating Celestial cards is going to be in the deck and able to just grind out value. Like, who needs a splash if I can just draw more Celestial cards? Who cares who cares?
Yeah, I don't know the number of weeks it's been since we had a mono deck, but it has been quite a while. I want to say something like 10 weeks since we've had a mono list. It's not been something that we have seen at all recently. The last time likely would have been some kind of Demacia deck a while ago. But the more recent Demacia versions, when they come in, they always splash. I mean, there's always some kind of splash in these lists. And this time, Glop's like, 40 Targon cards. That is what I want to be playing today. Going to be going for this Invoke deck. And it looks pretty solid. I'm excited to see it in general. I do like casting Invoke, even though the games are long, they're arduous, there's a lot to get through. I think that the decision trees are pretty cool from Invoke decks in general, just what you pick based on what you're given and how that affects your overall game plan. And I think Glop being such a strong player, we talked about how he has the highest win rate of anyone in Giant Slayer tournaments. The only person, I guess, that does beat him out now is actually Marcus.
Marcus
has it. Marcus has it over him. Yes, he does.
He has, because he's played it in 4 fight nights, 1 NA,
and he has 3
EU.
wins.
He has
3 wins.
total wins. So
So Marcus is above Glop now across all, but Glop in general across more fight nights across a long time. He has reckonings and he has the highest win rate. We'll get more into Marcus's lore later as well. With back to back fight night EU wins is insane. There are no other EU champions, by the way. Marcus is the only one so far. When it comes to Fight Night EU. So that has been quite the feat. But Glop, as far as it goes with the legends prior to EU's establishment, Glop was the most prolific, the best win rate, having the best results, and he's been just so consistent. Every single time he has appeared, he has top 4.
That is an insane stat. That is crazy. Because again, it's there's only 8 players, so what's top 4? It's like, let's see you play in a fight night, because it is a very high caliber of play for sure. We're inviting top, top ladder players, top tournament players every single week. So getting even single wins is an accomplishment for sure. It is nothing to scoff at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple people from that top 10 list. It's Titiago Stat on Twitter. Kind of makes a list about these stats from Fight Night. I just want to shout him out real quickly because it's awesome. I love every time he updates it. I'm like, I'm watching his Twitter, waiting for that update to come through and see who's at the top of the tables. Bones is climbed up quite a bit. So has Swim in recent weeks. On that with their Fight Night wins and top 4 performances, top 2 performances, of course, with Bones going second, then first. So, a lot of these players in the event this week have really good stats in Fight Night. They've done really well across Giant Slayer events. And, they're making up some of our winners bracket right now with Glop and Bones. And Finney is on his second Fight Night, but his first one he got second place in. And once again, he's trying to continue to make a name for himself and move through the winner's side of this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, this is not against schmucks, right? Like, every one of these matches could be the finals of a given tournament. So it's every single win is tough, and it's got to feel great. But we're getting into this game. Glop running the Mono Targon versus Finney's Big Bilge.
Yeah, it's Big Bilge versus Big Dragons, except for you were saying there's no Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, just Eclipse Dragon.
Yeah, just Eclipse Dragon. Diana Leona, Mono Targon. There's a couple Big Dragons, actually. They made Eclipse Dragon quite recently, moving him to a 7/7 instead of the 7/5. And I think in general, Targon is able to create some pretty big boys. So Big Bilge can still get outbigged by Mono Targon in the later stages of the game if we see these invokes hitting some of the high cost units that it can find.
I'm pretty sure, although I don't believe that the original list was Mono Targon. I believe it was Targon Shadow Isles, but I believe our casting comrades SJW and Boulevard called this deck Kid Cudi because it runs both Leona and Diana day and night.
Yeah. All right. I like it. I will.
Only 90s kids remember.
I'm a fan of that deck name, and
it's a good name.
Now, of course, that version made a little bit more sense overall for that deck name because it had a bit more Nightfall than we have now, but we still have Leona and Diana, so it still works.
There's 3 cards in the hand that have the word Nightfall on
them. That is true. That is true. I think it still works, regardless of if you have the Shadow Isles or not.
Yeah.
Still, day and night, calling it Kid Cudi. I like it.
Yeah.
That is just the official deck name for this list now. Shout outs to SJW and Boulevard. They put in good work.
Oh, yeah.
They're very good friends of ours. But yeah, this is gonna be, Glop playing Kid Cudi going up against Big Bilge. And we'll see who's gonna come out on top of that one.
Someone who's here for the first time is like, what is going on right now? And you know what? I'm okay with that. We're here to help. If you're ever wondering what a deck is, just tweet at us and we'll explain it because, Vimer is a terrible name, but Pinky in the Brain is great.
Oh boy. I know that one is surprising. A lot of people really hated that deck name, but I thought hate
that deck name, but
fire.
You know what? So. Animaniacs is back. The reboot is live now. So definitely check that out too.
Just plugging everything tonight.
Just wanted to bring that.
Just going off the rails, but
yeah, Hulu, if you want to sponsor the show, reach out to us.
Left. Okay. So, now, Mountain Scryer, we're going to get more invokes. The options, Messenger, Destroyer, and Moonglow. I'm curious if we see Glop start to kind of stockpile some of these big late-game threats. And yeah, I mean, we see picked up immediately the Destroyer. Potentially could come down on turn 6 as well because he's got this Mountain Scryer that's fairly safe in this matchup, actually. Jaw Hunters is really the main threat for it against Finney. And yes, I am aware that I can see Finney's hand, and there are multiple copies of this card, but in general, I really like the idea of developing Mountain Scryers and picking some of these big threats that you can potentially play a turn early in this matchup to create a lot of pressure. And even though that can get answered, I really just like it conceptually from Glop.
No, I like it as well. I also like the early Maokai too, because I think it's possible that Maokai is relatively safe. Of course, Diana plus a Pale Cascade can deal with it. Oh, the Moonsilver on the Destroyer can...
Yeah, he can go turn 5.
Wow.
Yeah, he's actually going to be able to get away with it regardless of the Jaw Hunters, at least with this specific threat. And I mean, this is a lot. This is really hard for Finney to deal with. Yes, he has the Jaw Hunters, as we've mentioned. Yes, he's got the Sapling. Like, he can challenge this over a couple turns with a couple of units, but it's still a very threatening creature, and the Star Shapings can be used to heal it back up. They can be used defensively to keep this follower, keep the Celestial on the board, creating pressure.
Absolutely, and I have to do it, Cass. I'm sorry. Y'all ready for this? Can't miss it. Now that we're seeing deep back in the meta. This is my dream realized here. But even though the turn 5, the 5 mana 8/7 Overwhelm Spell Shield comes out, Finney is forced to go on the attack here. Gonna push a little bit of damage. Maokai is at 14 of 25, so really not super close. If Glop wants to, he is going to be able to set up a Diana to be able to pull the Maokai and potentially kill it.
Yeah, I would really like to see Glop get rid of the Maokai. I actually feel like it is a threatening champion to him. That level up is really brutal for this Targon deck, because it's not always a deck that's trying to beat you super fast. It's trying to grind you out with value via the Invoke. So
I would argue the opposite.
yeah, exactly. It really wants the game to go as long as it's going to be favored in those games. So I really would love to see Glop go ahead and get this Diana down, clear away the Maokai. He can potentially even go that Solari Priestess route and just look for the Invoke and into the Nightfall of Diana and go more aggressive. There's so many lines though, so I'm really, a lot of times with these Targon decks, I like to kind of sit here and see what the player decides to go for, and then think about their reasoning behind that play, because we can sit here and talk about the lines that you can take with this deck, and we could have an entire podcast over it. We could take the whole round. We could take, an hour talking about a turn, and it just comes down to why this player decides to go for this route. Why does Glop attack in here instead of going for the Diana and trying to kill off the Maokai? He can bait in a block and then utilize the Star Shaping, but is this better than developing Diana and setting up to kill the Maokai? Is this better than invoking with your Solari Priestess and looking for potentially a Comet? It's always very hard to say, and it's hard to look at this and truly determine exactly what is going to be best.
Yeah, my guess is the biggest reason to not put too much into killing the Maokai is the Maokai, as we know, the level up condition is irrespective of Maokai being in play or not. So this Maokai being in play earlier, all that it's really doing is generating the 2/1 challenger every turn and tossing extra 2. But how much does Glop value that? I don't know. The other thing is, if Glop kind of commits, or maybe arguably overcommits to killing that Maokai, what kind of position is Glop in if Finney just plays second Maokai, right? Like I think that's the other consideration. Like, yes, you're only delaying sort of the inevitable potentially with Maokai leveling up, and it's actually for naught if Finney just has a second one, which the early play of Maokai may be somewhat of a tell that it's possible that Finney has a second one. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, that can be a tell. I think
that's
that there's
a possible.
There is, the flip side of the argument is, of course, that Maokai tossing gets him close to the level up condition earlier in the game by leaving him on board. So it's very hard, and I always am interested in the player's thought processes when it comes to these Targon Invoke decks. And just the sheer amount of lines that you can generally take. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of things that you need to set up ahead of time with the early invokes and planning for your future turns. Like we saw the Moonsilver being taken. Now, that's a very common pickup because it is so versatile, but it did allow him to play the turn 5 Destroyer that he's continuing to protect and use as an aggressive tool, forcing Finney to respond. And now, I mean, potentially he can line up to play an Immortal Fire or a Great Beyond and get even aggressive. I think Glop trying to be as aggressive with the big units as he can because he knows that this deck, this deep list, does struggle against a bunch of big units being played.
Absolutely. And that might be the other reason that Glop is sort of ignoring this Maokai is like, even with the Maokai level up, that win condition is not outracing 2 Immortal Fires or an Immortal Fire and a Great Beyond. Because those are just going to be, you know, depending on how big they end up being, that's like a 2 or potentially even 1 turn clock if they're both in play, right? Like, you know, if Finney levels up on their attack token, Glop plays one of these, follows up with another one, it's potentially just enough to win. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter that I have no cards in my deck. You're just dead. Yeah.
And I guess this does explain at least, you know, somewhat of the thought process from Glop. He didn't clear the Maokai because I think Glop has accepted that this Maokai is leveling and he's going to lose his deck. And so Glop is just thinking about the best way to finish the game as quick as possible. I think that is absolutely the line he's taking. We see the double Immortal Fires, like you mentioned, that can end the game in just a turn or 2. And that's plenty of time. So Maokai's going to level. I think, you know, maybe Glop is with you on hand reading an extra Maokai, even though it wasn't there.
It also, the Equinox makes perfect sense as well, right? The only thing that's blocking these Immortal Fires are the Abyssal Eyes. And guess what? Equinox prevents that from happening even. So, yeah, no, I'm liking this line from Glop. It's looking like, so there's 4 cards left. There's going to be 3, then 2, then 1. So he's going to have this attack token plus an additional one to go off of here for Glop. And that is likely to be enough, just given the hand state for Finney here. Depending on how big this Immortal Fire is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the picture is being painted, for sure. We are seeing exactly where Glop wanted to go. We saw him, you know, sketching it out, and we couldn't figure it out. You know, it was like dots. It was like a one of those connect the dots pictures. And it was a constellation of stars that he was putting out for us. And we were trying to see it. We were trying to figure out what it was. We're looking at the stars. Someone's telling us, hey, there's a picture up there. There's the plan. It's all up there in the stars. You can see it. You can see what Glop wants to do. And finally, we're able to kind of draw the lines together, pull it together, and we see exactly what Glop wants to play out with these Immortal Fires and look to finish off the game. And, you know, the response of Nautilus is going to be able to stonewall this Destroyer, but there isn't an answer whatsoever to the Immortal Fire. We do see, of course, the Abyssal Eye in hand, so that can come down later, but you mentioned this Equinox, which is massive at being able to deal with the elusive, and it just comes down to, can Glop survive this next turn? And when I look at the board state, I would argue, yeah, I think Glop can survive the next turn, and then he can develop another Immortal Fire, and potentially, I mean, he should be able to close out the game that way.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like, at least. We'll see what the draw from Finney is. Another Abyssal Eye is devastating for Glop. I mean, that's definitely, it's got to matter, right? I mean, maybe not with the Pale Cascade is tough. I'm not sure how much.
Glop,
I don't know what Glop's going to be at.
Well, Glop also has this Diana, so he does have the challenger potential.
Oh, you're right.
For the single elusive that comes out. And he doesn't have to worry about Atrocity, because we've established that Finney's version is not actually running it. So Glop is okay to actually drop down to 2 health here, because there's no over-the-top damage.
Right. That is absolutely true.
So he can drop low, play the Immortal Fire. The Immortal Fire is safe to Ruination.
Yep.
And in response, he has the ability to establish this Diana to pull the Abyssal Eye on the following turn. Now, this can still be losing in the event of Nautilus's Riptide. It can be, potentially losing to... It's actually not losing to Vengeance unless the Ruination is committed on this turn. So really, Riptide is the big scary threat. And I think Glop is probably very happy with this spot. I mean, he's on 2 turns anyway. He's looking to end right now.
Right. Yeah, your life total, unless it's 0, it's irrelevant because you're just going to die to the draw anyhow, right? So now... probably just going to play out the soldier here just to get a little bit more information potentially from Finney. See if anything else is committed. No reason, not really a reason not to commit it, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess if Finney wanted to play Ruination now, he'd want, obviously to be able to follow up with the other Immortal Fire.
Okay. So it has to be Immortal Fire from Glop. I feel like there's no way that he plays anything else. I know we saw him looking at Ravoon plus Solari Priestess. I don't think that is better here. I think that Glop can still look to play out the Diana. He's safe to Ruination, so that is really the position that Glop is looking at, even though the Diana can be responded to by Finney on the next turn. He's still in a very good position.
Yep. Okay, Finney going up to 15 here. Let's see.
Hush!
Oh, hush means open attack now, does it?
That means open attack,
yep.
Which is so much better because there just can't be responses, I feel. I don't think there... Well, no, it's still... it comes down to Nautilus's Riptide. But I just don't think that Glop is in a position to beat Nautilus's Riptide.
Glop is... I mean, what could he possibly do against that?
I don't think he can.
Like,
he can't deal with it.
At any point, Glop can search for something, potentially, with Solari, but, the Riptide can still come out now, right? It can come out in response. So this gives Finney the fewest options. It gives them the fewest actions to do anything. Needs exactly Nautilus's Riptide exactly now. And Glop is dead to that regardless. So
yeah, Glop will always lose to that card. So therefore, Glop plays as though that card does not exist. And I mean, even, playing with that card existing, this is still your attack. There's no other option on this turn. And Maokai's Sap Magic is certainly not going to be the one to find the answer for Finney. We know he's got nothing in hand to save him here. He can get face, it would be relevant. Health. Yeah, if it healed face, it would be relevant. You are right. That would get him to 18, and then the 1 from the Vile Feast would get him to 19, which would be 1 out of range. But it does not heal face, and Glop will pick up game number 1 against Finney in the winter semifinals.
I love how Glop just as that's happening, just completely unfazed by these cards. Just okay, no, okay, yeah, that does nothing. Okay, I win. It's we're over here what could he I mean, we know that he doesn't have anything, but I'm still stressing out over it. What could he possibly play? Does he have the Riptide? Glop just doesn't care. It's I either win or I lose. That's fine.
Yeah, Glop knew at that point in the game there's one card that he loses to, and anything else that you play doesn't matter. It's just he's throwing the Phoenixes at the face and hoping that they are able to connect. And I mean, they were. Glop picks up the win. Mm-hmm. He's going into the next game. He's got Feel the Rush as his other deck. Now, when I spoke to Glop leading up to the tournament, he was saying that he wasn't super confident in the Feel the Rush deck. This was one he actually considered bringing Overwhelms instead because he just was feeling so not good on this one.
Yeah.
And he was like, maybe I'll just meme. I feel bad about this. I'm just, he was really tilted about the lineup. He didn't know what to bring. And I was like, I can't tell you anything. I just work here, man. But he, at the end of the day, decides to stick with Feel the Rush. And I think going up against Deep, it's a pretty reasonable list. I think Ruination and Vengeance are both great cards against Deep. They're able to deal with the sea monsters in the late game, and we might be able to have one of those Ruination double Ancient Yeti plays later on. I think Trundle to help just control the mid game can be good, and at the end of the day, when Glop hits Feel the Rush, I think it is a very, very good card to stabilize the board. I guess the one thing to consider is that Nautilus can kind of answer somewhat Feel the Rush by being able to be a bigger body than the Feel the Rush champions that come out.
Yeah. Bigger body, saltier fish, big bilge. That's the official slogan for Big Bilge. I don't know why, but it certainly is. But yeah, no, it absolutely does. I mean, Tryndamere, obviously a big threat. Nautilus is bigger. Nautilus is bigger than Trundle, obviously, as well, and also just bigger even on the Feel the Rush. So, yeah, Nautilus is certainly a sort of a catch-all to that, but also, like, we see a pair of Vengeances in Glop's hand already, and those are going to be able to potentially answer a Nautilus if it does come down. And I'm looking, I mean, it's possible that something like Commander Ledros ends up being a big factor in this game, because that is that inevitability. If it goes, tit for tat, trading 1-for-1, Commander Ledros can be left after the dust is settled and will keep coming back forever unless it gets hit by a Devourer.
I will say this is a bit of an arms race, though, that we're looking at so far. This is a lot of ramp coming out. But on the other side, double Slaughterdox, Jettison, plus additional tossing tools available for Finney to try and set up the Maokai level up, to try and set up the Nautilus level up. And I think that deep, if they can get deep quickly, are actually quite favored in this matchup. If they can get there before you're able to actually come online, it's going to be very difficult to deal with a lot of this stuff. And Slaughterdox being able to pump out a couple sea monsters in the late game is certainly a terrifying prospect for Glop.
Yeah, I think luckily for Glop, I guess I don't know what the deep count is at, but Finney kind of gets the control unless it's exactly deep on this turn. Finney is going to be able to set this up to go off on Finney's attack token, assuming that he can get there. Oh, if he can get there now, this could be huge with if Jettison into Devourer kills Tryndamere, that could be big.
Yeah, this would be the time for that to be able to come out, but it looks like he's quite to deep. It looks like it will be a couple more turns. Yeah, it's actually 7. Fairly close. It is fairly close. It's not quite there, but it is 7 away. So Jettison not going to make it. That would have been devastating for Glop if he had his Tryndamere taken out by the Devourer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, wasn't even able to bait an attack, block with Toad, then jettison, then play. Was still one off. So unfortunate for Finney. And actually, I don't think, unless this Toad gets the block, which it looks like it is going to be able to, jettison will cause the second Slaughterdox to go off. I believe that 22 now. This is going to put it to 20. Jettison would put it to 16. And then the first one. Oh, actually, maybe it would be both. Maybe both would go off. Maybe both will go off.
All right, there's the jettison. We actually saw a Ruination and a Vengeance go away for Finney there.
Okay.
I think the Vengeances are pretty important, actually. I think Finney wants those for the champions.
Yep.
And so losing one here is pretty rough for Finney. It means he only has one left in the deck. But he does go deep.
Yep. So that means both of these are going off exactly.
Oh my god, again.
Terror. That's a brutal one. Devourer gets tossed, which is one that you don't want to come off of the Slaughterdox. Of course, the second one is. That is all the terrors, though. But there is the one in hand.
They can come back when Nautilus gets played, though, and there's a Nautilus off the top. But Terra of the Tides is always a great pickup off the Slaughter Docks.
Oh, yeah. But the scary thing for Finney is that this is 12 mana for Glop. I mean, it could be a Feel the Rush here. It could be Feel the Rush. It could be Ruination. But Finney just going for the aggressive line, going to try to kill the Tryndamere. Glop looks like he's going to... Oh, no, he can Vengeance the... yeah, he can Vengeance the Devourer. I'm like, is he going to Vengeance his own Tryndamere?
No, so he's able to Vengeance the Devourer. He absolutely could, but the Devourer is a little bit of a better play.
A little bit stronger.
It's a little bit stronger.
Yeah, this is why I don't play this deck. I mess that one up every time. Instead of taking the like high value play, I just kill my own Tryndamere for no reason.
But the Sapling does mean that this is going to still be damage going to Glop's face, and the Wild Claw doesn't get to trade as effectively. Now, yes, there are these freezes for Glop, or this one freeze, I should say, with the flash freeze available. But instead, Glop just says, okay, I want my Wild Claw. I'm going to take all this damage, go to 4. Yep. He does know that, you know, as long as he's above 0, he's still going to be in this game. Yep. He doesn't have to worry about Atrocity. But this looks like a really, really tough spot for Glop. I don't really see a great path to victory here. There are some weird shenanigans with Vengeance on a unit blocking an Overwhelm to push extra damage.
I think
there's a Battle Fury, which is...
I was going to say, I think blocking poorly here could have ended it if like, Finney decided to not block the Tryndamere. Of course, it's not only the Battle Fury that you're afraid of, unfortunately. It's also Atrocity, so it's unlikely that Finney's going to make that block, or not make that block, rather. Yeah, especially considering that Finney also has the Withering Wail. So we'll put Finney to 8, though.
The fact that Glop has second Vengeance does make this feel like a pretty good position on this attack. He's able to drop Finney down to 8, which is going to threaten any kind of Atrocity top decks. He does have 2 copies in the list. And, you know, 6 mana, unfortunately for Glop, does open up the potential for Nautilus to hit the board and still start to generate value. But I think this is still the best opportunity that Glop has in the given circumstances.
Yeah, the unfortunate part... Well, I guess it is actually very fortunate for Glop that he drew that Tryndamere now, because he actually does have at least a potential out to Maokai win condition, because I mean the second ticking arrow makes me think that Maokai is pretty close. And I don't know. I guess I'm not sure if Finney's would be able to survive anyway, or Finney might just win on the backswing. But certainly is going to be a close one here. Glop pushing the 7 damage with the Wild Claw. Tryndamere levels. It goes back to Finney.
So when I look at Finney's hand, I expect this fully to be Nautilus Abyssal Eye and then try and win in that way. But instead, we're actually going to see Jaw Hunters. Oh, because setting up for the Maokai level up, potentially to pull additional saplings. So he's just going to try and pull everything aside instead.
Yeah, but also Nautilus would have done the same thing. Like Nautilus also generates the sapling.
Maybe there's the argument for going wide because of the fact that the freeze is included in this deck. So you need to be able to have multiple attackers trying to threaten lethal, but I still don't know if Finney can get there. I feel like I'm curious why it's not the Nautilus here. Unless he's playing around Atrocity.
Yeah, Croc brings up a good point.
Yep.
Yeah, Croc.
5 mana for Whale versus Atrocity. Yep. That's exactly it.
Yep, that makes sense. That does make sense. But with Glop expending all of his mana, not going to be able to cast the Atrocity right now. So Finney has the ability to play the Abyssal Eye or another Jaw. Okay, Abyssal Eye comes down. And mean, depending on how Finney takes this, could be not sure if he's actually going to be able to push lethal. He can present lethal, obviously, with just the Abyssal Eye attack, but we know that that will be vegenced.
Yeah, could be frozen as well.
True. Oh, yeah, flash freeze, too.
I wonder for Glop if there's... No, see, if you cast any of these other spells, he can't Vengeance. So he wants to keep up 10 mana for Vengeance plus Flash Freeze, most likely. Yeah, that is a little awkward, because, you know, you would love to be able to, you know, Withering Wail or Avalanche away these challengers. But then you do lose your ability to cast these other big spells.
You could technically Withering Wail, which will put you to 7, and then Abyssal Eye is only attacking for 6.
Right.
So you could Withering Wail to open, and then you have the Flash Freeze. Okay.
Instead, just the Vengeance.
Yep. Makes sense. You want to essentially choke the mana for Finney, the mana advantage that Nautilus is providing.
Yep. If he allowed more sea monsters to go wide, I think that puts him in a lot of danger. So we do have the line that was talked about where it's like he kind of wants to play Vengeance plus Flash Freeze. Because even though those AoE spells, especially Withering Wail, looked good in the spot, it just felt like the situation required Glop to go with the more defensive route of Vengeance plus Flash Freeze.
Yep. Now, the ordering on those attackers is interesting. Yes, the Wild Claw goes down to a 7/1 and can be Withering Wailed, but also you could have just killed... Oh, Atrocity was huge.
Yeah, brilliant pickup.
Atrocity and the Battle Fury with this much overwhelm. That's got to be Curtains, I think. I mean, he can only cast one of.
Yeah, so there's the full block with Maokai onto the Yeti. There is a Withering Wail for healing, but also it will kill off the Wild Claw here.
That block does not work. Oh yeah, this is going to get blown out by...
So Whale gets beat by Atrocity and Battle Fury. It's just a matter of, are there other spells here that Glop has to worry about that makes one better than the other? We saw a Vengeance thrown away earlier. So I believe there's one left in the deck, but maybe Glop has tracked better than I have.
I think you have to cast Battle Fury to at least put another card in your deck.
Oh, and true, also, with the Maokai level up. That is a good call. I kind of do like that. I like the Battle Fury. Put a Tryndamere back in your deck. You're going to draw it very soon anyway.
Right. Yeah. And if it is a Vengeance as well, like the Atrocity damage can still happen later. The Battle Fury damage can only happen when you're attacking.
Right.
So I think I would rather cast Battle Fury here.
I think Battle Fury is better in this spot. I think you're right. I think that
11.
There's more upside to the Battle Fury than there is to the Atrocity. Looks like a little bit of lag on Glop's stream here. Hopefully we get that back in just a second. Yep, there we are.
I think it has to be Battle Fury here. I mean, we know that either will win, but I think it's got to be, Battle Fury here, and that will do 10.
It's a ton. It's a million. I mean, I guess it's only
it's
fun, but
only off by 1.
Yeah. But it feels like a million damage.
It does feel like a million damage, but there was a lot of incidental life gain there. But that is going to be Glop taking it down 2-0, but that did not feel like a 2-0. I got to be honest.
Yeah, that was an incredibly close game. I thought this was really well executed by Glop, and not blocking early on. This Wild Claw pushed all the damage that he needed for the win. The Wild Claw ended up being the MVP. If he doesn't keep this Wild Claw alive, if he doesn't go down to 4 health, Glop never wins this game. So this was really, really well done holding on to that. He even had the avalanche he could have set up to kill off sea monsters by blocking with the wild claw. There was some logic that you could go through to take that block. Glop didn't even hesitate, holds back the wild claw, knows he needs it for offense, protects it through a couple more rounds, and then finishes with the Battle Fury. Really well executed by Glop, and he's just showing, hey, this is why I have such a high win rate in Fight Night. And yeah, Marcus may have just won 3 in a row, but hey, I'm gonna try and bring it back as far as this is concerned. And we see him moving forward on winner's side, going towards the winner's final. He just needs one more to be in another final for Fight Night. I think that this already secures him top 4 by being in the winner's final. It doesn't secure him a spot in Fight Night, but it secures him another top 4. He keeps his streak going.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely magnificent performance. And I mean, we saw it. I mean, we picked it up a little bit early on in the first game where it's like, oh, we see the game, like the win condition that Glop probably saw multiple turns before, which is why he took that Equinox early on. But, we caught on to it maybe a few turns later than Glop set it up, but we saw it there and it was executed perfectly. And I'm sure it was the same sort of line for that second match as well. And Glop ends up taking them both down.
Yeah, Glop, again, performing so well. And we'll continue to be following Glop's journey through this tournament, staying winner's side. We're going to go to a short break, but we'll have the winners final of Fight Night Legends Americas when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have been making our way through this bracket already as we move on to the winners final. It's going to be Mo versus Glop. Mo actually taking down the previous champ, Rattling Bones, 2-1 in the previous match. We just saw Glop have a much closer 2-0 when we say 2-0 against Finney, where it was a very good match. But both of the previous Fight Night competitors, the two finalists from last week, did just fall in the semifinals. We've got two new players moving up to the winners final here. That is going to be Mo and Glop. And we see Mr. Emotional on the stream right now. He was master number 6 when I took the snapshot. He's consistently in the top 10 recently. He's been doing extremely well. Mo in the past is someone who's been rank 1 before. He was one of the people that did a grind to master. I think you had him on the podcast after he did it. It was like 21 hours straight that he played or something to hit a fresh account to master.
Yeah, fresh account to master, which is insane to think about because it's just such a grind to do that. Like, regardless of your win rate, it is an insane grind to do that. But I mean, Glop is no slouch himself, of course. Is Masters rank 17, which yes. He
got messed up on the snapshot. Well, not messed up. It was correct, but it was at a bad timing for Glop because I checked again this morning and he's top 5.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, and also Glop is currently attending school, university right now. So like, yeah, it's not like Glop has not been consistently streaming like he normally does and competing as much. I mean, he even like I said, he mentioned to me, he's like, "Oh man, this is going to be a tough week, but I'll do it anyway. I'll probably 0-2 like you were mentioning, and is playing in the winners finals, of course."
Yeah, that's how you got to do it if you're going to stay a top competitor. Is even when you don't have a lot of time to prep, Glop is showing up and he's playing extremely well. Just bring a couple good decks and play your best. Yep. And if you're a top player, you still might be able to do it, even against such stiff competition as we generally have in Fight Night. But, speaking of Glop, speaking of the deck list that he's playing, we've got that mono Targon. We talked about how just monoliths are not things that we have seen a lot of. I'm wondering how you think that'll pair up against Mo's lineup of the Zombie Anivia and the Soraka Kench.
I mean, the one benefit to Glop's deck, the Mono Targon, is that it has, yes, it is sort of limited in the fact that it's only running one region, but with those Celestial cards, I mean, you have access to so much, right? You've got removal options, you've got pretty decent, mid-game threats. You also can get late game options as well with the Eclipse Dragons and even Ravoon. I mean, you also just have the classic Ravoon Leona, just sort of very good mid-range package as well. So it seems quite good, and you have access to so much more than the deck is presenting at face value because of the Celestial package. Against Mo's Zombie Anivia, I mean, I think the only problem with the Zombie Anivia deck is that it is so slanted towards like more aggressive strategies, right? Like it is going to be much better against an aggressive list than something like this, or even the Feel the Rush deck, because there's so much removal. There's, Grasp of the Undying is just not the best card in the world against this deck. Like the units that it kills, with the exception of maybe Diana, it's like, okay, are you gonna grasp a Solari Priestess?
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. Take it. Like,
yeah, and even then, even with the Diana, it is a target. She's a 2 mana champion. So you've spent 5 mana. Granted, some of that may be spell mana. But still you're spending 5 mana for the 2 of Glop. And I agree with you. I think, looking at these decks, they seem like they're a lot better against more aggressive lists, maybe even mid-range lists. But when we look at Glop's combination of deck lists here, it's Feel the Rush and a mono Targon list, the day and night, if we will, the Kid Cudi.
The Kid Cudi.
But it's both of them are good at going late into the game. They're good at being able to find these wins. And I think that the Soraka deck may be looking to find a win via healing, maybe looking to win with the Star Spring as the win condition, and trying to actually rush the Star Spring win by finding as many of the self-harm units in the early game and actually healing them back up.
Yeah, I think the issue, of course, is that, you know, you can traditionally a Feel the Rush style deck is probably the worst possible matchup for Tom Soraka. Just at a matchup level, of course, there are draws that you can get which are quite good, but you know, you're just able to play bigger threats. You know, the Tom Soraka deck just does nothing against the Feel the Rush, and unless you can act like you can just not block the Tom Kench, right? Or just not block the units. Like, yeah, Star Spring can heal up the self damage units back up to full, but also like just don't damage them more than that. Just don't cast the avalanche, okay? You don't need to. You're gonna survive long enough, especially with the incidental healing. So that matchup seems pretty soft. But against the Kid Cudi deck, I think it's pretty reasonable. There's, you know, I think you can probably be okay against that. And the Anivia deck, I think, can win against both. It could also lose against both. So I think that, long story short, I think this is going to be a very close matchup, and it's certainly going to come down to player decisions and agency more so than necessarily like matchup dependent, with the exception of the Feel the Rush versus the TK Soraka.
Yeah, and it'll be cool to see the Anivia in action here, because it's not one we just feel like the Anivia matchup is like, oh, well, this is just so favored that win, like we saw earlier when Mo was against a double aggro lineup playing Anivia. Now it's going to come down to, can the cloning chamber do enough against these more late game threatening compositions to set up these big Anivia boards and actually take the game? Because the Anivia deck can play a little bit more like Zombie Ash, where it has its own game plan. It knows what it wants to do, and it doesn't care what you're doing in some of these matchups. And we're going to get to see that straight away going up against Mono Targon or Kid Cudi, as SGW and Boulevard love.
Yeah. I think that Mo is going to really, really want to win this one, because I do think that the only straight up bad matchup is TK Soraka into Feel the Rush. And if Mo loses this, that means he's going to have to win that matchup to be able to actually win the set. So this is a very big game for Mr. Emotional here, as well as Glop, obviously, if you're you know, you're happy to take that matchup on the favored side for sure.
Yeah, looking at these hands, it feels like a bit of a clunker on each side, but I like Glop's a lot more. You know, you get bank into turn 3, Solari Priestess, turn 4, Invoke with the Mountain Scryer, and on the other side, Mo's got a couple of grasps, which we already talked about how that doesn't feel like a great card in this matchup. Mountain Scryer is the best target for grasp out of this entire thing, so I guess that is going to line up nicely for Mo, and he does at least have some early game followers that he can play down. There's the card draw from the Sentry to cycle. I think Sentry is a great card that he's going to get here, and there should be really good opportunities for Glimpse Beyond to be played for Mo as well. But he's probably going to want to hold on to that to try and answer things like Comet when they come down onto Anivia, because he needs to keep that Anivia in the death pool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Glop did something that was a little it wasn't a huge thing, but it's something that I've advocated for a while on the Invokes, is even if you have an obvious pick, like in that case, I think that the Comet was a relatively obvious pick in that last Invoke for the Solari Priestess. But Glop took the time and just like, hey, take a 2-3 second pause and then pick your card. Because I think a lot of people make reads based on how fast you pick it. And if you just always take a 3-second pause, you give nothing away, right? Like, it's a very little thing that maybe in most cases no one picks up on, but it's just a good habit to get into. Like, don't windmill slam your pick if sometimes you're like, just always take the same amount of time if you can.
Yeah, I mean, if you can always be exactly consistent, then that would be the most optimal, because then they can't possibly read into you. And even when it does feel like a snap pick, it can be good to make some little high level mind games there. as Glop does get this Cosmic Inspiration, which is just, I mean, this is a turn 5 Cosmic Inspiration, so the rest of this game,
that's pretty good.
Mo is just going to be heavily on the back foot.
Yeah,
this is going to be really tough. 1 mana 3/3 is going to be getting played by Glop. He's got just such powerful deck at this point. Every single creature is just so much stronger.
Hey, the good news is that this grasp on the Mountain Scryer is going to feel better because it's a 4/3 now instead of just a 2/3.
Yep. So now 2 grasps have been expended.
Yep.
To get rid of 1 Mountain Scryer.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Oh, a 4/4 Diana.
Yep.
Seems pretty good.
Back.
Yep, double pass.
Yes, please. I will take my attack token.
Yeah, Glop certainly going to be on the on the prowl here, being aggressive. Mo lined it up. Going to get the Glimpse Beyond on the Anivia. So now there is an Anivia in the death pool. Every Rekindler from now on will have an Anivia to pull from, and Harrowing will pull at least 1 Anivia from here on out, which is great for Mo. That is obviously a concern with this deck. There is a good amount of Obliterate with the different Celestial package that you can pull from. So it is good to make sure that you have at least that 1 Anivia in the death pool.
Yeah, and Glop, I think the reason he just ripped that Comet was obviously you want to Comet the Anivia, but also he's totally fine with the Glimpse. Like, yes, it's preferable that it's not there. But even if it is, he has Diana to follow up. He can kill the egg. And he even found this Serpent, which is so incredibly good when you've had Cosmic Inspiration, because it's just a 0 mana 4/3 challenger, which is just absurd.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Mo opting not to throw the second Glimpse into the egg. This is looking like it is quickly getting out of range for Mo here. Of course, he does have a couple of Ruinations to get back into it, and right now there are no Spell Shield units or really anything to survive a Ruination. Just how much more can Mo bait out of Glop before he has to throw this Ruination out? Okay. Whale. Not accomplishing a ton, though it does soften up some of the units to potentially at least feign some trades. And also maybe gives Glop the read that there is no Ruination.
Yeah, he has gone with a very wide board. He's got triple Pale Cascade.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
So Glop looking to get very aggressive on this next attack.
Let's see. Block. 3, 6, 10. Could do as much as 16 with the 3 Pale Cascades. Which notably is not enough to kill Mo, though. Not enough.
I'm curious if there's ever a world where Glop is trying to bait out the Ruination. He still has good refill, but it doesn't feel like that's as good as going for the swing.
Yeah, I think
it's an interesting spot.
You're not going to get more damage than the 10 for sure that you're getting on the open attack, right? On like a refill. Oh, actually, I guess if he plays a 1, he's gonna have 8 mana left. Okay, I lied. He actually will have more with the
Empyrean?
Serpent. Yeah, and the Empyrean and the Serpent would be more than that. And Mo says, "Yeah, no, I'm not dead to this open attack, so I'm gonna let you do it and make you think that I still don't have a Ruination."
Yeah, and Mo knows that the Spacey Sketcher came out, so he could even read Serpent as another aggressive threat. Would be interesting to see if he had that read in general, but overall, just knowing that, okay, if Glop is going to play into Ruination, he's going to have a good counter to it.
Right.
And the block here, I likely shouldn't be dead if I hold on to my mana.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, I mean, whether it's Serpent, Charger, Otter, or let's see, what's the 2-mana one? Oh, or Cosmo. All of those, it's certainly, I don't know what the exact math on it is, but it's unlikely that he hit triple spell off of Sketcher, right? Like, he's not favored to, so he's going to have at the very least one of those, and potentially whatever was off of Eclipse Dragon, which could be, Dragon plus Spacey Sketcher unit is certainly scary.
Yeah, and we get the Otter out now. I mean, Mo does have another Ruination, but he's not likely going to be able to play that. Rekindler, the cloning is coming online, but it's just slow at this point. As Glop just has so much pressure, that early... I mean, Cosmic Inspiration is almost surrenderable when you see it come out that early in the game.
Yeah.
It is incredibly hard to actually beat that. And so Glop has had so much extra value this entire game.
Yeah, and it's not only able to put on so much pressure, but also here, like the Anivia goes from like, oh, the Ice Breath every turn is threatening units to like it's just tickling them. Like it's nothing.
All it does as far as damage is concerned is counteract the Cosmic Inspiration. It just does the amount that Cosmic Inspiration is increasing it by, and so it doesn't actually, it takes 2 turns to actually get any amount of value onto these units. So Glop has the opportunity, there's only 4 mana left for Mo. Glop can either block or not. I don't know that it matters too much because he can just go wide, but he also has elusives. So realistically, just the board of Mo doesn't really matter. It's just what spells is Mo going to have.
Yep. It's what spells is Mo going to have to be able to gain enough life or deal with these elusive threats. Glop doesn't even need to play the Empyrean. He can just go wide here with Diana. Again, still has the Serpent as well. Oh, Star Shaping is making it so any sort of surprise kill is no longer on the table.
All right, so Empyrean going to be the choice for Glop.
Yep.
There are 3 copies of Vengeance, though, for Mo, so I don't think Glop can ever get away with an open attack, which does open up Ruination as a potential. Unless Glop wants to just play into Vengeance and make him have it.
Yeah, the thing about, playing into Vengeance is that it's not like... It's unlikely, I think, that Mo wins on the crackback.
Right,
so you're able to present a safe lethal in that, first check, does Mo have an answer to this? If not, I win. If he does, I'm not losing. I'm just not winning on this turn. I'm putting forth quite a bit of damage, and potentially, using a ton of, forcing him to use a ton of resources. And that is not going to be enough.
Yeah, there was only 1 Anivia in the pool as well, so Harrowing. Scary, I completely agree with you. Not enough pressure to be worried about the Vengeance, and nothing can be developed further if Vengeance is cast. So Glop able to pick that up. That's going to be a 2... that's going to be the first
Game
win
1.
For Glop with the Targon list. Now he just has FTR remaining going up against Mo. And you mentioned that Mo really needed that win because FTR versus Soraka Kench is certainly not a matchup that he wants to be playing.
Yeah, at least in the traditional builds of both was certainly, I would say, pretty heavily favored for Field of Rush. This, of course, was pre-nerf that I'm basing my sort of matchup knowledge on, but the deck really hasn't changed a ton. Yes, Glop is running a slightly different version. It's got the Ancient Yeti and the Alpha Wild Claws. I don't think either of those make the matchup better for Tahm Kench Soraka necessarily. And Field of Rush, of course, is a potential just ender on the spot. So I think unless there's a particularly clunky hand for Glop and a very aggressive, maybe healing or Star Shepherd hand for Mo, it's going to be heavily favored there. Not to mention Mo has to get the win with Zombie Anivia as well.
Right.
So, you know, always being down the first game is going to be bad, but I think it might be even worse in this particular case for Mo.
Yeah, it does feel like both of the matchups are a little bit of an uphill battle against FTR. It's not really like either one feels super good. I think Mo has a position where it's winnable. But the fact that he has to beat FTR twice in two matchups that are quite difficult against an opponent like Glop, when Feel the Rush is, you know, like Warmo, there's a fairly consistent deck in what it does. I mean, it's just trying to ramp and get to the late game units. So it's going to be very difficult for Mo. But we'll see how the cloning works. And okay, well, oh boy.
Ramp and Feel the Rush. That's not too bad.
That is a good start for Glop. Ramp into FTR available. There's no freezes for the Feel the Rush champions when they come out, but there are Ruinations and Vengeance. And potentially the Anivia's Harsh Winds.
Yep. And Glop picking up that one of Omen Hawk. Real pro players just play one Omen Hawk. You only need the one.
It's a pro gamer move right there from Glop, picking that one up.
Just draw the one of forehead.
Feels like a Princess Powerful tech in is the one of Omen Hawk. That's saw him have that in the Fizz decks that he was playing, and it always felt like he had it.
Yeah,
always felt like he had that Omen Hawk.
It doesn't matter if you have 1 or 3 if you just always draw it, right? Like, and if you only ever want exactly 1, just draw the 1. Easy game.
So a lot of passing back and forth. We're already to 9 mana for Glop. He actually hit his Trundle with the Omen Hawk as well. So
Trundle.
He's got to be loving that one.
Yeah, not a great spot for Mo. You know, kind of brick here and
2 Trundles hit by Omen Hawk.
Okay, sure. Glop, it kind of has the you know, the ability to just keep passing. Like, Mo needs to do something first, right? The Feel the Rush is the ultimate trump card, right? There's not a direct counter to it. Yes, Ruination kind of stops it a little bit, but also you're still taking, what, 11 from Tryndamere? Or no, you'd actually be taking, you'd be taking the 11 from Tryndamere, so not the greatest. Even you know, having the Ruination into the Feel the Rush. So Glop is fine just passing back, forcing Mo to act first.
Yeah, we can see Glop go for an attack if he wants on this turn, but it does open up the opportunity for the Anivia to go into the Death Pool into a Rekindler turn. So we might see I think that's likely the consideration for Glop right now as to why he doesn't want to attack. The other part of that, though, is he could kill off the egg. So even if the Rekindler does come out, it would just be spawning one Anivia. It wouldn't be double Anivia on the board going into a later turn. But you also want to avoid putting as many into the Death Pool as you can for those Harrowings later. So not surprised to see Glop go for a route that doesn't actually kill off the Anivia. And as I say that, he just swings anyway. So I'm just wrong. He could still kill the Anivia with Whale or Avalanche.
Yeah. I think Mo kind of priced into it. Priced into blocking to preserve life total a bit, and then also, like you mentioned, put the Anivia into the Death Pool. Glop going to be able to get some value off the Withering Whale, which is certainly relevant in, you know, this matchup particularly, where Withering Whale is kind of a little bit of a miss a lot of the time, I think, because it's just, you know, there's not a lot of hits, with the exception of that Anivia egg, which is, of course, the best hit. Mo snap passing. Glop going to open up with the Ice Pillar, level up Trundle. Mo snap passing again.
Yeah,
could be.
Glop can consider going Tryndamere, and then when he gets ruinated, does get rid of one Ruination for Feel the Rush. The next turn, Mo will have exactly enough for another Ruination, though.
Ooh, yeah, this is actually this play actually sets up Mo to be better off because he gets to get that first half kill onto Tryndamere, which was going to be the, you know, that was going to be the downside to Feel the Rush.
Yeah, I forgot about this. The Weirding Stone was on the board. Now that it's gone, Glop can't actually even play Feel the Rush. So this is just going to be a Tryndamere attack, and that's a Vengeance off the table.
Yep.
I wonder if Trundle was more correct here than Open Attack.
It's possible that it was, because there are, let's see, how many Ruinations is, okay, Mo is running the full 3, but here, you know, I'm not sure that Feel the Rush is, well, Feel the Rush will probably come out, I guess Feel the Rush will come out now, maybe? No, not even going to. The thing here is that, yeah, Feel the Rush can't really come out. It's just going to be the Trundle attack. Potentially Trundle pushing damage, which will... It forces a response because Atrocity, the Trundle hit plus Atrocity would be lethal.
Yep, so that's another Vengeance. Mo might just have enough removals drawn to actually deal with all of these threats, and then it comes down to just Glop finding Ladros.
Yeah, I think, let's see, there's been, this is Trundle 2, and there's been 2 Tryndameres or 1 Tryndamere?
1 Tryndamere.
1 Tryndamere. So there's still 2 Tryndameres and 1 Trundle left. So
right. Feel
the Rush will still get full value. That's going to get ruinated, and then there will be 1 Tryndamere left. I mean, you might be right, honestly. It is lining up pretty well for Mo right now. Mo is under no pressure at this current juncture and can just keep passing, or, you know, it can pass or soft pass with the Sentry attack. Decides to just full pass here, and now Glop, what game is he playing? I mean, Mo is currently burning cards. Glop says, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Mo gonna soft pass with the hapless Aristocrat.
Yep.
Glop on 9 cards. Glop doesn't want to burn cards in this game, I don't think, because he could lose a champion. So he will have to play something on this turn.
Yep.
Mo gonna snap attack in.
Oh, the Avalanche is actually devastating because it causes Mo to draw a card.
That's true. He can make him burn a card with that Avalanche unless Mo casts something.
The good news is that the Avalanche means that Feel the Rush isn't coming out this turn. So yes, a card. Oh, Rekindler getting burned is pretty brutal, but Rekindler can come out here, and Mo knows that Feel the Rush isn't coming out now. If Feel the Rush comes out on Glop's attack, of course, we see the Ruination there.
Yeah, I think Mo's playing this really well. I feel like he understands this matchup heavily and putting him in a decent spot, and Mo just gonna throw out one of these avalanches.
Yeah, wishes
get it out of
he
his
could
hand.
have just discarded a card there, I think. Although I guess the two damage on the Wild Claw is relevant because of I mean, now it could be Grasp plus Vile Feasted. Can also just be blocked by the Rekindler trade. It's got to be every resource that is expended by Glop is a plus for Mo, because the Anivias are inevitable, and the Harrowing also will recoup a lot of that resource loss. Potentially just win in one turn. See, now this is a classic. This is, if you're a control player from Magic, this is the kind of control matchups you want to see. It's draw go, and the majority of your turn is counting the number of cards in your hand and saying the words move to discard to see if your opponent has a response. This is the classic type of control that I want to see played, okay?
It's the Zoomer's nightmare.
Yeah, it's a Zoomer's. This is not a mobile gamer's meta right now. This is old school. Only 90s kids remember this type of game.
90s kids remember passing the turn, and we see Glop and Mr. Emotional doing just that.
In
going back and forth.
5-color control mirrors from Lorwyn block era, where literally the best cards to draw for the first 30 turns of the game are lands. You literally just want lands. You don't care about anything else. You're not casting anything. You just don't want to discard cards. You just want to draw lands that you can play and pass the turn. That's true. That's true gaming right there.
And a Withering Whale making an appearance, getting that 1 damage. You know that.
Yeah.
That avalanche from earlier, helping to make that happen.
Yeah,
and now
tapped very well.
Tapped out of Ruination, but obviously there's no attack token for Glop. So even if he went for the Feel the Rush, it could just be a Ruination on the follow-up turn.
Yeah, Mo is playing this fantastically. I mean, Glop is too. I mean, it seems like they both have a very good understanding of the matchup and what they want to do.
Yeah, it does feel like Glop can't do anything until he hits his Ladros, though, against this. It feels like Mo is in total control, and so long as Mo doesn't make any flip-ups, he should be able to walk away with this game, as see the cloning chamber actually starting up.
Yeah, this is and now, the Anivias are actually putting on real amounts of pressure. Mo is able to put on this pressure, and unlike the Feel the Rush deck, I mean, it's never going to get blown out by Ruination, because just because of how Anivia works, and also Glop's only running a single copy anyway, so it's already not that good, and B, it's just it's not doing much anyhow. So another Yeti comes out. I wonder, is this like, you can't ever cast double Vengeance? I was wondering if this is like attack with the Yetis, Vengeance to push 10, and then like something with Atrocity. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way. I think Glop is kind of screwed. I think Mo has played this way too well. And I think the position Mo had by having these Ruinations, by having the Vengeances, gave him the opportunity to just win. I mean, he had all the draws that he needed, and Mo executed on those flawlessly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I mean, there's nothing that you're afraid of, right? I mean, open attack is just, I guess, okay, Withering Whale gives you a little bit of a buffer to not just die to the attack triggers on the open attack.
Actually, no, it puts him at 4, so he's exactly dead.
So yes, it would be dead, yeah. Mo also, I mean, that's just from the triggers that lethal's being threatened, not to mention the other attackers actually coming through. The fastest attack in the land, and that's going to be Mo just grinding it out. I mean, it felt there was a couple of turn period where it seemed like there was maybe a threat, but Mo just played with such a confidence and just a knowledge. I mean, he wasn't like debating and thinking, maybe I do this. Okay, pass. It was slam the pass button back to Glop.
Yeah.
And just that is just shows a knowledge of that matchup, and it paid off. I mean, Mo taking that one down, tying up the series.
Yeah, Mo, a ladder grinder, knows exactly what he's doing on some of these decks that he does play. You know, he plays just tons of games, and that experience of playing so many games just shows in Mo exactly what to do in a given scenario. He knows when to pass, when to not, and we see him playing very quickly and very, very effectively. I think, that was just a masterclass on how to deal with Feel the Rush, playing the Anivia deck. Absolutely flawless.
I mean, there was a Feel the Rush that was capped by Glop, and the other two were drawn. 0 were ever able to be cast that game. Like, what more can you ask for, right? Like, it just takes the Feel the Rush deck and says, ha, nice 3 12-mana cards you have in your hand. Dummy, you're never playing these.
Yeah, and Glop, good player, once again, hitting his one of Omenhawk.
Classic pro player move.
Gonna be having that one again. But this is the matchup that you were most worried for, right, Blev? This is the one.
It was.
That you felt like Mo was going to have a little bit of trouble. Now, you did talk about how Star Shepherd or Star Spring might be the ways to win. And both of those are in the hand of Mo. We see the Star Spring already coming down. He's got Star Shepherd. He's got a couple self-harm units available. Boxtopus alongside the Betty Croaker.
Yep. I think this is, this is, I wasn't as sure with the Anivia deck because I haven't seen Mo play that a lot, but I know for a fact Mo has played this deck a ton, and of course, just having played it so much, he certainly has played against this matchup. It is a extremely, obviously, common matchup. So if there is lines to victory, Mo is certainly going to be taking them and pushing towards them as effectively as one possibly could. But as it stands, I think, taking them, the matchup differential doesn't matter once you're actually in the game, right? What is actually being played and what's being drawn is what matters. And I think, just looking at the boards in a vacuum, it seems like Mo's actually in a pretty decent spot. I mean, Glop's not really putting on any pressure. Yes, he does have that Ledros as a potential, Ledros Atrocity as a late game finisher, but Mo is potentially able to put on a decent amount of pressure both on the board and via the Star Spring, at least potentially. And like I mentioned before, there's only one Ruination for Glop, which could end up being pretty detrimental to him.
Yeah, and this is already a Soraka level up from Mo. I really loved this Ledros keep from Glop because I do think it is a way for him to stay in the game, but so much healing is happening so quickly for Mo. He's already at the point where the Star Spring is getting close to finishing. I know it's still just started, but he has the fact is there is a Soraka on board. There is the Guiding Touch. There are all of these healing opportunities that Mo can get there fairly swiftly.
Yep.
Once these units come down that can actually damage themselves, like the Broadback Protector. And he's going to be drawing so much with the Soraka, and we see these Pale Cascades come out. He's got a couple of these on deck. Like, this is a very, very scary spot for Glop.
Yeah, I mean, Star Shepherd's a 10-3 right now. And just remember, folks, that is a 1-mana card. Ledros, though, can come out and, Ledros Atrocity, just do it the old-fashioned way, right? The Broadback Protector is going to be able to come out and gain 3 life, which is going to stop is at least going to prevent the Atrocity from being lethal if Mo goes for it. I think he kind of has to.
Yeah, and we see, Glop has a potential all-in that he could go for with a couple of freezes and the attack in with Ledra, try and get through with the Fearsome to try and set up an Atrocity on the follow-up turn, but we see that Mo's got a great hand to respond to that with these Pale Cascades.
Yeah.
You'd be able to block it, and now we just see the Ledros attack in because Glop wants to replay it. He's just saying, hey, block it and kill it so that I can replay it, and Mo is not going to let that fly. He's going to just block with the Boxtopus instead.
Yeah. I think, Mo, again, every turn that's ticking is Star Spring, essentially pushing towards victory. Also, Star Shepherd just has 20 attack.
Yeah.
So does Atrocity have to come out on the Ledros to kill the Star Shepherd?
No, because there's the freezes here available for Glop, so he's going to be able to protect himself. But yeah, Shakedown is terrifying. At burst speed, Mo is just threatening to win, and now Glop has to expend Flash Freeze in order to deal with that. And guess what? Now he can't play Feel the Rush. So this is a really tough spot for Glop because every turn, as you stated before, Mo is healing more, and the Star Spring is setting up to end. It's at 17 of 22. It's almost there. It's almost done already.
Yeah.
And Mo can actually get there, I think. Boxtopus, I think he's slightly off, actually.
Yeah.
Boxtopus is going to be a couple more. Shakedown, though, was just drawn. So that's 2 more damage. Boxtopus is 3 damage. That's 5, 17 to 22. That's 5. That's exact, right?
Boxtopus. Oh, you're right. Boxtopus is 3 health. Plus
3
2
and
is 5.
5. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Wow.
So Mo can theoretically get there on this turn with the heals.
Oh, does he need to cast Shakedown now? I don't know. Do you need a target for Shakedown? I think you do.
I actually don't know. I think the first text is deal damage to your unit, so you might not actually need a target on the enemy side to deal the damage. But we will have to see.
My inclination is that you do. But also, like, Glop is.
If Mo doesn't go for it here, also the fact that there's 10 mana, it's probably due to Shakedown not working that way, or just there's probably cards in Glop's hand that are going to make it a little bit scarier to actually make that play happen.
Well, I think this Ledros actually will end it. Now Mo, the coast is clear, right? Shakedown plus Boxtopus. Does he have enough? Is he going to be able to?
Yeah. Does it work like that?
Yeah, no, he can definitely cast it on one target. So he cast that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shakedown plus the Boxtopus plus Wish is going to end it. And that's going to be Mo taking down the, at least theoretically, bad matchup with the Star Spring doing it. And Mo is advancing to the winner's side of our grand finals here, dropping Glop down to the loser side.
Yeah, Mo is going to secure the invite back to the next fight night. I won't say next week's fight night because we will not be having one next week, and we'll cover that more later. But we will be seeing Mo in the next fight night as he does secure his spot with this win. He will be waiting in the grand finals to see who comes up through losers. Glop is still in it, though. He will be dropping down to losers bracket, but he's not out yet. He will be awaiting his opponent in the losers finals to see if he can get another shot to take down Mo. But here we see this overall fight between the two, Mo being able to come out on top in those last 2 games, even though we thought that that was going to be a very tough sequence of events for Mo.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to just point out that Mo has gone on record saying that Tom Soraka is a, quote, trash deck, and he's absolutely dominating with it. So just need to point out that little inconsistency. Maybe it's a little just trying to get people not to play it. I don't know. But you love to see it very expertly played by Mo and Glop for that matter. It just seemed like Mo was in control of those last 2 games. Like it didn't even seem close. It was crazy, which we rarely see against Glop.
Yeah, I think Mo executed extremely well, and now we have to up that execution in the grand finals. But first, we're going to take a short break, and we'll return with the losers rounds to see who will be challenging Mo for that final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're going to be moving on to semifinals in just a moment. That's going to be Rattling Bones versus Finney, which Blevins, this is the rematch from last week's Fight Night final, where Bones got the best over Finney and took that title. So they're trying to fight for a spot back in Fight Night. Bones has been in, this is his fourth in a row, I believe. Yeah, 2 second place, then a first, then he's back in
first, and now,
he's looking to come back once again, and Finney looking, of course, to return. They have to face off in this match in order to have a chance to play against Glop, and then that will determine who actually gets invited back to Fight Night. But yeah, they once again must face each other in the trial that is Fight Night. We'll see which one of them is going to be able to come out on top. I mean, we start to look at the deck list between these two players, Blev, and Bones is just taking his favorite 2 decks, TF Swain or Mother's Call. We've seen him play these time and time again. And Finney on the other side, Feel the Mina and Deep. So we haven't actually seen any of this Feel the Mina deck on stream yet, even though it has been talked up quite a bit. And I'm pretty excited to see it overall. I think Mina Swiftfoot is one of those cards that, you know, it's had a place in the world for a while, but it just hadn't seen a ton of play. And then it got some some buffs again recently, which does set it up to maybe people would start trying it. And this deck was kind of discovered from that.
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible that this deck could have existed exactly as it is before Mina got buffed. But yeah, that's the beauty of the digital card game and just digital games in general, is that people see, ooh, card got buffed, must be good. Let me play card now. Not knowing that it was completely playable beforehand. But yeah, I have played a little bit of this one. It does end up playing out a decent, relatively similar to the traditional Feel the Rush decks. But I think in this Fight Night meta specifically, I mean, it's got to be better positioned. I mean, you're cutting a lot of the cards that we've talked about as being sort of lackluster, the whales, the grasps, the those removal spells that are mostly good against early plays, and you're playing cards like Deny and Concussive Palm and Will of Ionia, all of which have very good are very good in the sort of more control matchups. A card like Will of Ionia, has been an all-star in Legends of Runeterra for a long time now, but now specifically because it's been sort of out of the spotlight for so long, people aren't building with that card in mind. And, Will is just as good as it's ever been at being sort of a catch-all. So very interested to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to jump straight into this game, and it's going to be War Mother's Call versus Feel the Mina. And this is an Ionia Splash version of this kind of late game scaling ramp deck. So now they have denies. So if Finney is able to find the denies, then he is able to actually beat out on Rattling Bones, because he could deny War Mother's Call and then play his own Feel the Rush.
Absolutely. And I gotta point out here, Bones doing the straight stone cold killer move. When your opponent says good luck, you just say thanks. It's a classic I always used to do in Magic when I was playing tournaments. People get so tilted by it. Everyone expects you to say good luck back, and I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna say thanks instead. I'm gonna absorb all of the good luck that you just gave, and I'm not giving any back. I want it all. And maybe Bones isn't quite being as nefarious there, but I gotta point it out, as it's just funny. Oh, okay. Chat's pointing out that wasn't his opponent. That was M Tuck. Okay, so not being a stone cold killer degenerate like I am.
Bones doesn't really sound like a Bones move, to be honest.
I was gonna say I'm like, man, Bones must really want to win this week, because that is sort of out of character for him. No, Bones is like a stone cold killer, but
the friendliest man imaginable.
Bones is extremely friendly. Yeah. Hit him with that TY.
I was really surprised. No, it was M Tuck. So gonna be playing against Finney here, and just going back and forth with the Trundles, controlling the mid game. We see Bones has a lot of his late game Trundles ready. He's got Pillar into Tryndamere, into Ladros, into potentially War Mothers over the next couple of turns. Once we get to that turn 8.
Yep.
And on the other side, there's no deny yet, which I think is very relevant, but it's a consideration of will Bones even attempt to rip the War Mothers?
Yeah, will he go for the Tofarian Gambit, which I'm still keeping alive, even though I believe Topher has said that he's not coming back to the game. RIP, my good friend, aka Blevins too. We'll miss you, buddy. But I'm still keeping it alive. Yeah, I think, you know, Bones is a very calculated and methodical player. But one thing he generally doesn't do is just kind of rip it in any scenario, unless you absolutely have to. So I think if Bones has the read that, yeah, I just have to play my War Mothers into deny, or it's a, you know, plus EV play to do so, he will absolutely do that. But it's, you know, is Finney going to be giving Bones that read, or you know, is he going to be able to represent deny and potentially have a punish if he did have it?
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. I think Bones may just look to play War Mothers into a Field Rush down the line instead.
Yeah.
It's not even the best answer to Field Rush, but at least it gives you something. Bones taking a lot of time on this turn trying to determine if he wants to actually Vengeance this Trundle on a turn leading up to the pillar. So the reason that you would go for this Vengeance is to deny the level up of Trundle leading into the later stages of the game when Field Rush comes out, because you don't want that to be a leveled Trundle when Field Rush hits the board. You want to force them to have to play that pillar after the fact and continue to set that up. So I guess that's the consideration for Bones, was like, okay, is this Vengeance going to be worth it? There's so many targets for this Vengeance throughout the game, but just the tempo that I can gain by stalling out your Trundle level up a little bit longer might be worth it. And that's the Bones decision that he makes here. He's got 11 mana going into this turn.
I was wondering, on that play, Finney hovered for a good amount of time, hovered that palm, and I was thinking, what in the world would be the point of palming there? But you know what also is a fast spell that costs 4 mana that Finney could have potentially cast there on the Vengeance? Deny. I wonder if Finney was doing the mind game to make Bones think that he has deny right now.
I think it's entirely plausible that is exactly what. There's no reason for him to play that.
It's more plausible, than casting the.
Yeah, it's more. It is actually more plausible than any reason that you would want to cast that palm. So I think Finney absolutely was trying to just bait Bones and being like, "Yeah, I've got deny. Yeah. Don't play your War Mothers. I have deny.
Yeah, I have deny.
I might have multiple denies. I was considering playing one now when you could have War Mothers. Like there might be multiple denies in my hand. You don't know. It exists. It's in my deck. There's 3 of them in my deck. I'm gonna have it.
Yeah.
So let me just bait it here in an opportune moment. And it's one of the first times we've actually seen a bait like that where it actually felt like very relevant. It didn't feel like just kind of a meme or like us kind of speculating on something that wasn't probably really anything. Right. This time it legitimately was. It really felt like Finney is trying to put thoughts into Bones' head and really it might be succeeding.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times those types of mind games are like, if your opponent is really, really paying attention, you can gain like a 2% edge or like a 0.1% edge. Here, I think it is actually could very feasibly change the course of the game, depending. And also, the other thing is that there are 2 palms in hand. So if Rattling Bones is paying extremely close attention to the one that he hovered, Finney can play the other one as a palm and still be representing the other one being a deny. I mean, again, that could just be a very small advantage potentially gained, but like the mind, I love these types of mind games. I feel like it's something that's lost a little bit in the digital, in a digital card game, but when you can get it, it just feels so good. It feels so good.
Okay, well, Feel the Rush from Finney. So all of that mind game kind of out the window because now Bones has the potential to just respond with War Mother's Call.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, I feel like this is your time, right? You kind of have to. I think it's your opening, right? Obviously, it's like you mentioned before. It's not like a direct counter, but like if you can deal with the first onslaught, you're going to be in a much better position the longer the game goes. Bones instead decides to rip the Ledros instead, which makes sense. I mean, Ledros right now, Atrocity, that's lethal.
Yeah, Ledros Atrocity, but with these double Tryndamirs, that's 19 points of damage with Overwhelm, and there's double Palm. So there is an opportunity here for Finney to just try and push the lethal, but that does lose out to Vengeance, but we did see one already played.
Yeah. But I mean, that Tavern Keeper was absolutely huge to put him out of Atrocity range, because yes, Finney was going to be able to push a potential lethal, but that was actually worse that was potentially even worse for Finney, because again, it was like, yeah, you can bluff the deny, but don't make a bluff that your opponent has to call, right? Bones is on the back foot here. And like is absolutely going to have to do something to try to survive here.
Yeah, and Bones has a 1 of Ruination, but it's not there for him in this hand, and also would be scary to cast into a possible deny, but of course Finney playing around Atrocity so heavily may signify to Bones that the deny is not there, but obviously, you know, there's also the other side of it where it's like he could have multiple Atrocities, so healing out of the range does make a lot of sense for Finney. And Bones, just with the pass.
Does Bones survive this attack? It kind of seems like not, right?
I mean, he must, or else he wouldn't have passed there, right?
I mean, not necessarily. I don't know. This is 4, 14, 16, 18, plus 5 is 23. That's still doing 20.
Yeah, he can do one more on the other sentry, and he's at 1.
Yeah, I mean, 1 is good.
Or he can just block there.
Like that. 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, this is 1.
Yeah, then you get to replay Ledros, and then Atrocity is lethal on your turn, right? Except Palm. Palm will push additional damage with Overwhelm.
Yeah, that may just have forced the Atrocity on the Ledros going to the Tryndamere.
Yeah. Or it could be... Yeah, you can't not Atrocity, right?
Can he live with the double vial? Is that actually... Because then he can still play this...
Oh, he lives on 1.
Okay. So he can live with the double vial. It saves the Atrocity.
Right. Oh, but the Ledros is not dying here, which is unfortunate.
Right, which then leads to... What do you do on this play for Bones as a follow-up? Do you pre-play Battle Fury?
You... Atrocity... Ledros to face, puts opponent to 3. Or sorry, puts opponent to 3. Play Ledros, puts opponent to 1. Unspeakable Horror kill.
Oh, interesting.
Is a line.
That's an interesting line.
I mean, it plays into everything, right? Or at least plays into a lot. And Finney did draw the deny, so it is now threatening to be thwarted. Bones going a completely different direction, probably a much safer direction in general. Okay, Croissant Guardian, delicious.
Can actually be played here if he wants to go wider with the overwhelms. If he completely pricing himself out of War Mothers. Which after, you know, Finney drawing so many cards there and already feigning that Bones... Actually, you know what? No, just Bones not playing it on the one turn that it was like, Finney is tapped out, basically means I don't think Bones is ever wanting to play this one. I think that was like the big, like, okay, he's just not going to play it.
Possibly. I think that is a possible line. It's also possible that Bones didn't want to... You know, the risk that you take playing... War Mothers is that you get a lesser target, right? And Bones just took the guaranteed target of Ledros on that turn, which isn't, you know, I think it is reasonable to just go for that line regardless of whether you're playing around Deny or not, at least possibly. So the attack goes through. Finney blocks accordingly. Bones accepts the blocks. Gets 3 damage total.
Yeah, I mean, it sets up another Ledros play. But Finney will have the Tryndamere coming down, so Bones may need to respond to that in tow. Tryndamere can block it 1-1.
Yep. I feel like this is, I mean, it's setting up a similar play to last turn for Finney, like attack with overwhelm unit, stun, and now Finney has double deny backup.
Yeah, Finney also has this Mina, which, considering how much mana every single one of Bones' followers and champions costs, this Mina has the capacity to generate so much value.
Yeah.
But we will see the Concussive Palm threaten once more from Finney. That should bait out this Atrocity, which that just is going to be a deny.
Yep.
And Finney should be able to take this game number 1. It feels like the Mina version does great into the Shadow Isles versions. Overall, it feels like the denies, the Conch Palms are really great additions when you look at it in this specific matchup. And it really shows here with Finney picking up game number 1.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Finney, Conch Palm it's a versatile card. I mean, we saw it used very offensively there, as well as, you know, maybe the mind games there. But I think, you know, Bones is reasonably playing around Deny from turn 1 of the game on, right? So, yeah, really well played by Finney. I think slight matchup advantage, but Bones, you know, like he's mentioned before, he's very confident with this deck, and you know, he's going to be able to try to get a W here against Deep and then go into that final matchup with TF Swain.
Yeah, and now it will be Deep going up against Bones to Liss. Probably, I mean, you mentioned how confident he is on World. Probably the 2 lists that Bones is most confident on when I think about these two. Now that you know, as TF isn't really something that we see in the meta, some said that would be, you know, his most comfortable. But I would say that these two, the War Mothers alongside the TF Swain, are actually going to be Bones' most comfortable.
Yeah, and I think in general this matchup is certainly going to be favored for War Mothers, but I mean, Slaughter Dogs kind of could potentially change that. You can get some really aggressive plays sort of out of nowhere with that. Maokai win condition, of course, is at least a potential on the board. Probably a little bit too slow in general, but it's always looming. Especially if you can get an aggressive toss draw.
And, I mean, there is a pretty reasonable toss draw here for me. He's already down to 25 cards. He's got the Slaughter Dogs on board. Salvage going to get him even closer. So Deep is in the near future for Finney.
Yeah, it's how much pressure is Finney going to be able to exert at that right amount of time? You know, later the game goes, obviously it's going to favor Bones, but Finney is going to have that sort of window of opportunity to just be more explosive, especially with the Slaughter Dogs. especially if he's able to pre-develop these, these sea monsters like Abyssal Eye, and really start to threaten Bones and bait out an earlier Ruination or Vengeance.
And I think Finney is actually reaching deep in just a moment here. I think the salvage alongside like 1 or 2 more turns of the Slaughter Docks is getting him there. The Nautilus available for the turn 7. Yeah, he's 5 away. So salvage itself is going to get him 1 away from going deep, and it will just be 1 more draw.
Yeah, so that would put him to 16, and then the toss would do it. Is that how? I think that's how it works. So if he casts salvage, that would have...
Yeah, salvage is essentially a toss 4 because it draws 2, it tosses 2.
Yep. But this actually is going to slow it down because you essentially want it. Finney's going to want it to trigger on his attack token. So the fact that it's not triggering this turn, he kind of specifically doesn't want it to trigger next turn on Bones's attack because he could just Ruination and get a lot of value out of it. Finney may want to commit here and force a Ruination out of Bones. If he can. Maybe force a Ruination out of Bones this turn. And then have the Slaughter Dogs go off on Bones' turn where he has to develop. I don't know. The timing for the Slaughter Dogs could potentially be awkward depending on how Bones uses these removal spells.
Yeah, and that's just going to be the draw coming out of the Abyssal Eye. He's 2 away from deep, so Nautilus could hit the board. Finney can go deep at any point here.
Yep.
Ruination being hovered by Rattling Bones.
Yeah, this is super awkward for Finney now because on Bones' turn, he's going to Slaughter Dogs is going to go off. It's going to toss 1, pull another unit out of the deck. And Bones is going to be able to Ruination to get is going to be able to get multiple sea monsters and both champions out.
Yeah, he can even do it after leveling Trundle with Ice Pillar. It can bait Finney into any type of play. I think Finney has to just pass against this Ice Pillar. I think Finney doesn't have the luxury of playing anything here because he would get far too punished by the Ruination.
Yeah, but again, we've talked about this many weeks. The best way to get your opponent to play into Ruination is to play like you don't have it. And Bones has committed a Trundle and an Ice Pillar into it. So, that's a little bit of bait dangling out there for Finney. Here, take a bite.
Yeah, and the Jaw Hunters are gonna take the bait. they're gonna go in and try and we're gonna see how Bones decides to play this. It looks like maybe just an attack first. See if he can get a little bit of value out of the Trundle. But I think the Ruination feels very likely in this spot. You're getting rid of so much from this board, and Finney's only gonna have 5 mana to redevelop, so I don't know if I see a line that doesn't involve a Bones Ruination. He's on double Vengeance as the backup to follow up anything that Finney decides to do on the subsequent turns, so...
Yeah. I'm wondering, does it make sense to not attack, though? I'm wondering, do you get a free attack?
Bones is having a really tough time with this decision. This is actually rare when watching Bones. For him to take this much time.
Mm-hmm. I see the consideration here. It has nothing to do with the value you can get from Trundle. It's Maokai. Maokai is so close to leveling here, and it's 18 of 25, so that's 7 away. Finney's actually super close, and
Finney can do it. I mean, he can get there. He's got Jettison and Salvage.
Jettison and Salvage is only 6 toss, though, because it's not
6 toss. You're
it
right.
has to be tossed specifically.
You're right. You're right.
So it's actually 1 off.
6 instead of 7.
So Bones has the read that if he kills even a single unit while Maokai is in play, it will flip potentially with, you know, some number. Jettison plus other card that tosses would do it. So Bones.
He was 1 off, so he could theoretically vial his Jaw Hunter as well, right? If he really wanted to get there.
Oh, you're right. He could have. Or yeah, he had enough mana, so he could have actually done it. Well, what if you just draw the Maokai off the top anyway?
Yeah, I mean that works too, I guess.
Just draw the Maokai forehead. Yeah, don't go through you know, don't jump through any additional hoops when you can just draw the Maokai instead. Well, I mean, the clock has been set for Bones. Win condition needs to be derived from this.
Yeah, and I mean, Devour is such a good answer to Tryndamere in general. It might force one of these Vengeances on a future turn. I mean, this just starts to get really tough because Bones can't draw into more champions. War Mothers becomes really bad, but Ledros as one of his cards.
Yep, that's pretty good. I do like the Wild Claw develop because you have Wild Claw plus Vengeance mana. So if Devourer comes out, you do get to cast that Vengeance immediately and attack and put forth a very solid attack here.
Yep, there's the Devourer, there's the Vengeance. Big swing for Bones. He has the Ledros on the back end of this.
Yep. Ton of over the top.
Now, the only thing that would be more perfect than this, like, Ledros is if in one of these cards we find an atrocity for Bones. That would be the cherry on top to the ice cream sundae that is Commander Ledros.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ledros' good friend Atrocity. But even so, even without the Atrocity, and this is going to put Finney only down to 13. But Ledros is... Oh, it's actually going to go back up to 15 because, of course, the Thorny Toad's ability. Ledros, of course, is going to be able to do a lot, you know, big chunks of damage. It can even go over the top, of course, with, you know, if somehow Bones can get Finney down to 1, Ledros' ability will kill outright.
Right, and there's just so much healing from Finney. I mean, he went all 15, he's got another Withering Wail. He set himself up for a potential ruination on this turn, is what we see Finney doing by killing off that Tryndamere.
Yep.
Now, if he just rips this, the fact that Bones hit this single Ledros is going to be a massive punish here.
Wow.
Because this opens up Bones to play a 10-7 Ledros onto the board. And potentially open attack, which Finney can respond to. He has the Withering Wail. He can survive that.
Yeah.
But it is so close, and Avalanche is not the card that Bones wanted.
So, wait. This will put Bones to... This will put Finney to 2. Not 1. 2 is not 1. If it was 1, Bones could Vengeance his own Ledros and then play it next turn.
Yeah, but instead...
This is just going to be it. I think Bones is at 1 card left, so he would need to win. I guess if his last card is Atrocity, that would...
that's what he's got to play for.
It has to be, right? Last card.
War Mother's Call.
That is
not what he wants to see.
Yeah, that is a hilariously bad card to draw.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. And that's going to do it. Finney, with the deep list, is going to be able to take this over Bones. He's going to advance through the losers bracket, and he will be able to face off against Glop in the losers final for a chance to return to Fight Night once more, to make it to that grand final, to face off against Mo. I mean, Bones has been on quite the streak. This is his 4th in a row that he's appeared on. He top 4s once again. Still a great performance from Rattling Bones, but finally his streak of Fight Nights will end, and Finney is going to take him down.
The reign of Bones is over now. Okay, the reign's not over. The streak is over. The reign, I'm sure, will continue on for quite some time, as Bones has been absolutely dominant these last few weeks, but Finney able to take it down in a 2-0 fashion as well.
Yeah, Finney able to get revenge from the final of last week. Not able to get first place in Fight Night. He was able to get second against Bones this time around. He does get the better of him. And Finney going to keep carrying the torch for Brazil, moving through the tournament. The last Brazilian left, moving on to face off against Glop in the losers final. We will have that match, Finney versus Glop, coming up really soon. We're going to take a short break, but more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. I am your host, Casanova. Still is the Blevins. We have gotten through pretty much all of the tournament. We just got a couple rounds left to go. Yep. We're moving on to the losers final. It's going to be Glop versus Finney. We just saw Finney take down Rattling Bones in the losers semi after that, having that rematch from last week's Fight Night Grand Final. And now Glop and Finney are playing for a spot in the Grand Finals and an invite back to the next Fight Night. Now, Glop has looked pretty dominant so far in this tournament, only dropping to Mo in a very close set overall. And he took down Finney 2-0 earlier in the tournament. So you have to expect that going into this, Glop is going to be a little bit favored.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make the call that someone that got 2-0'd earlier in the event, not, 2 rounds before, is going to make the miraculous comeback. Now, it is possible, for sure. I mean, we talked about the 2-0 before, and it was a really tight 2-0, for sure. But I mean, you can't bet on the extreme comeback if we haven't seen it yet, right? So just gonna have to wait and see how this one plays out, and see if maybe Finney can change something up as they match off in this losers finals.
Yep, Glop versus Finney. We do see once again, this is Feel the Mina for Finney going up against Glop's Feel the Rush version with Shadow Isles, which we kind of discussed this earlier. Yes, it was War Mothers, not Feel the Rush. We saw Finney play against Rattling Bones, but it's kind of the same concept in the fact that this Ionia version should be favored in this kind of mirror matchup of Feel the Rush decks. It certainly is not a mirror matchup whatsoever. They still have like very different things that they do, but at least the Freljord side of the deck is essentially the same.
Absolutely. It's roughly the same between Glop and Rattling Bones. But yeah, I definitely agree. Finney should likely be favored in terms of matchup here, especially considering, the voices of the old ones not only is ramping faster into Feel the Rush, but is also potentially drawing cards as well.
Oh,
and that's 2. Not quite the 3 that we saw before. Or was it 4? Did we see a 4?
We saw a 4 once. Yeah, we saw a 4.
Literally drew over drew because of it.
Yeah, but hitting multiple Minas off of that. Voices of the old ones. Going to be a head in ramp. Going to be a Tryndamere to your Alpha Wild Claw.
Yeah, could go Tryndamere, but also could go something that can spend 5 or fewer mana this turn and Feel the Rush next turn. And that's an early Feel the Rush for sure. If you're Finney, of course, it would be, playing a Feel the Rush into potentially Ruination mana. Well, it would be Ruination mana for Glop, so maybe doesn't want to necessarily commit that if you're Finney. But Finney debating. I mean, there's a couple options here. Gonna start with the 2-1 here.
Yeah, just gonna draw, and then I guess this is Catalyst, I presume. This is just looking to fully ramp into this 10 mana.
Catalyst would put you at 1 off, right? I think.
Yeah, it would be 1 off Feel the Rush. Is that? Yeah.
That's my thought. I feel like you've got the early ramp. Like, this is why you play it, right? Like, Feel the Rush as early as possible. I think, right?
No, I agree. I think this has to be correct. Goes into FTR. And I mean, there's Trundle, there is Tryndamere, and the Trundle, if it levels, is going to be really beefed up. We see a lot of 8+ cards, 8+ cost cards in hand. And yes, there's removal for Glop, but it's just a Vengeance, and there are 2 major threats on this board.
Yeah, the good news for Glop is that, the Vengeance will completely clear the Trundle. And I mean, Tryndamere is always going to be a problem, but we'll see. what Glop decides to do. I mean, this is nightmare scenario really for any deck that's going against Finney here. It was like ramp as much as possible, draw a bunch of cards off of the voices, and then also have the Field of Rush on your attack token on as early a turn as possible. Really about as bad of a scenario as you can imagine. And Glop going for the actually going to go for the Tryndamere kill here instead of the full Trundle. Potentially setting up for a Ruination instead.
Yeah,
you do get to you can chump the Trundle, which is fine. You don't necessarily need to kill it this turn.
Yeah, you can chump the Trundle. I mean, you're gonna take a ton of damage on this turn, pretty much no matter what. Gonna lose your ramp actually, for Glop, which is pretty brutal at this stage. As I think he's still gonna be out of Field of Rush. He's still not really having anything good to do. I mean, this just doesn't feel fair at this point. 3 mana down on base mana crystals.
Yeah, I mean, and for what it's worth, it's not fair whatsoever. Like, it's not close. 3 mana crystals down. It was Glop set up nicely to cause parity via a Ruination. That's what Glop set up nicely to do, and also gets kind of a free pass here to get another draw, to potentially open up Finney to misplaying, but it's not good. Finney has the the luxury of just saying, yeah, open attack, make you do something. Glop does have the something though, in the form of a Frostbite.
Yeah, I mean, the freeze just delays kind of the inevitable. It just feels like there's no way for Glop to regain control. Because Finney can still develop really safely on this turn. There's only 8 mana for Glop. So Finney's kind of allowed to do almost whatever he wants with this 13 mana.
Including the defensive Battle Fury to save the Trundle if he wants.
That is something he absolutely can do.
Yeah, you might as well, right? Like,
yeah.
Deny is certainly a higher impact card for sure. Your scare is Ruination, right? Nothing else really matters. Glop can't really have any follow-up to that.
Yeah, and he can just play a 2 mana 4/3 for good measure.
Yeah, might as
and
well.
Then just pass holding this Ruination to answer any big... Or sorry, Ruination, hold the Deny to answer any big spells such as Ruination.
Yep. And Glop finally gets to 9 mana crystals, but doesn't have the
no
3
spell mana.
Of course, as I'm sure Glop knows, it would be a death sentence to go for Field of Rush here anyway.
It's really, really tragic game for Glop. This one was not even remotely winnable. Finney ramping extremely well. I mean, the matchup seems pretty bad in general. But just the draw diff also exceptional here. And Finney's just like, oh, thank you. All I have to do is hold on to this Deny and not do anything crazy. And this is just mine. I'm going to scoop up this win and then hopefully find the other one with deep, not get reverse swept on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, although I do think that is what happened in the last matchup. I think, if I recall correctly, Finney opened with deep and just got O2'd. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, I mean, this is the position that Finney wants to be in, just in the sense that he has a board and a Deny to stop any threat that matters. It just also happened to be that Finney got to cast a turn 6 Field of Rush.
Yeah, that helps. That's kind of good. It's a reasonable play, and his Trundle's got 22 attack. I mean, it's kind of a decent champion to have on the board. I guess it protected by Deny. I guess it's all right.
mean, Glop is not gonna die here, I don't think.
I think he has what, the one freeze for the Trundle,
right?
And then we just see on the other side, Finney has concussive palm.
Oh yeah, the palm,
and can just push through the Tryndamere.
Yeah, palm. You know, we've seen it sort of be this offensive palm multiple times now. Palm seems really good because it's also like in other matchups, it is a great defensive tool.
Yeah, and Glop gonna atrocity himself in the face, knowing that this game is very done. Finney going to pick up game number 1, and Glop didn't stand a chance in that. Finney ramped way too quickly, was able to get that FTR on, what do you say, like turn 6?
I think it was turn 6.
Absolutely just insane. There was no opportunity for Glop to come back into that one, and now he just has to look forward at the other deck list from Finney. He has to look at this deep list. How is he going to beat that? How is he going to mulligan as he goes into these final 2 games to see if he can secure his spot back in Fight Night, keep up this win streak, or not win streak, but keep up just the wins overall that Glop has had in the past, keep up the win rate that he is so successfully held on to.
Yeah, but on the other side, Finney is going for a streak of his own. I mean, coming back to 2 in a row. I mean, that's the start, right? I mean, it took Bones. Bones was second, first. Finney, I think, would be happy to make a similar run, but also could go for a first here. I mean, second, first has a nicer ring to it than second, first.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, Finney would love the opportunity to try and make a reverse sweep happen, or not a reverse sweep, sorry, a win from the losers bracket against Mo happen later on. And he's just got to get through Glop to do it. He's just got to get through this deep deck and find a win. Really, is what it comes down to. He's got to, put together a good hand and hope that the deck can come through for him. Because we look over on Glop's side, and that's a double Eclipse Dragon start, so there is opportunity.
Yeah, and could potentially be a little bit of a clunky hand from Glop. Now, this is an interesting decision to be made from Finney, because it really sort of dictates whether he wants to be an aggressor, if he sees himself as an aggressor or not. It seems like it's kind of a free attack, right? To offer this trade, you in a vacuum always want to trade your 1/1 for their 2/1. But potentially Finney needs to, save the 1/1 to block more damage in the future, right? But maybe I'm overanalyzing a very basic play, but Finney, didn't automatically just attack there, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, and Finney's actually pulled into a 2-drop to curve out completely. There's consideration to keep it as a Maokai trigger, since you do have that turn 4 Maokai. Just going for that Thorny-Toad later because it doesn't give you immediate value, but curving out is also just completely reasonable for Finney to do here. He will play that down. Glop gonna pass and just look to stockpile some mana as he ramps into, he ramps up into his 4 and 5 turn plays.
Yep, and good old Mountain Scryer coming out. I think the sort of the centerpiece to this mono Targon deck, as you would imagine the Targon Allegiance card would be. I'm wondering what you're kind of looking for out of the Scry. Like, what are your ideal picks? I mean, we saw the +2/+2 to everything just be absolutely amazing last time this matchup got played out.
I mean, it's got to be what? Cosmic Inspiration and then Comet are kind of your big 2 against Deep. You either want your board to just get big enough that you're happy to deal with whatever comes out later, or you're just going to want to have answers to Maokai, to Nautilus, to the other big followers later on. But the Traveler, I am a simp for the Traveler.
Yeah, that's the Casa pick.
I do love picking this. If you don't have your best option, this is, in my opinion, you're always the best option after that. You have your best option, and then it's Traveler. Because you just outvalue, you continue to generate it, especially in the mono Targon list. I really love the Traveler because it's all about value generation and creating these Celestials. So I'm a big fan of the Traveler, especially for Mountain Scryer too, because then it's a 3-mana Traveler. It's it's such a good pick, and Glop gonna grab that there, assuming that he didn't have a choice that was potentially even better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the reset button. You don't, if you're not sure what you want, just pick a Traveler. Absolutely. And the beauty of the Traveler as well is there are, I think, windmill slam cards that you absolutely want no matter what, but also the situation can dictate, very heavily what option you want to pick. So the Traveler essentially allows you to bank your choice to a later turn where you have more information as to what you would potentially want.
All right, and Solari Priestess, so that it's going to be even more potential to try and find those comets, as it does fit in that role, but it is going to be using the pedal to play out the Eclipse Dragon a bit earlier, reducing the cost.
Yeah. I have not actually seen that interaction play out. You don't necessarily see those two cards in the same deck a lot of the time. Or if you do, it's usually the Eclipse Dragon came off of an Unspeakable Horror. So,
well, and also the Eclipse Dragon has reduced the cost. It's done the daylight effect because it is always day with Ravoon, and it's also done the nightfall, generating those that value in hand. So this is a really, really value play, getting this Eclipse Dragon down.
Yeah, but Casa, with all that said, you can have all the cards in your hand you want. You can gain all sorts of life. You can keep drawing cards. You got to be able to win the game. And Maokai puts forth a relatively aggressive clock if Finney is able to get the Maokai leveled up. Not sure how close the Maokai is, but I mean that threat is ever looming.
Yeah, and in the previous matchup with the Maokai, with the race that was happening, Glop was just picking up big creatures and then trying to use them to win the game quickly. And once again, the options seem like they haven't been there for Glop, but by having these Eclipse Dragons, he's finding them. So he's picked up the Destroyer, he has an Empyrean, he has, the capacity to develop these very big aggressive boards. And once again, though, Glop is going to open up his options. It looks like he's hovering that Eclipse Dragon for yet another slam, and yeah, he's going to play that at 5 mana. He's going to get the benefit of both parts, Nightfall and the Daybreak.
Yep. Finney plays the old small bilge, the 0-12. Maokai at a measly 15 of 25, so that is going to be tough to get that condition off. And of course, he is going to get closer and closer every time he plays a unit, but it is a ways away.
Glop trying to determine the pick 1 through 3 for the Spacey Sketcher. Potentially can be Moon Silver as well, but it is going to be the Moon Glow. So the Spell Shield, giving that potential for a big elusive, most likely, to try and avoid things like the Vengeance, avoid things like Nautilus Tide.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I was wondering if maybe he's going to go for an Equinox like he did last game. Last time they faced, I think it was this matchup. It was definitely this matchup. I wasn't sure if it was them. Yeah. So, Moonglow serves a
Comet,
similar purpose.
Comet for Glop. That will respond to this Nautilus. Yep. And he's got the mana for it on this turn.
Finney, though, up to 18 of 25. Still not really super close. Or is kind of close, but is not, we're not seeing the light yet to get there.
Yeah, Finney kind of needs to be there now, right? Because Glop, it just, every time that the isn't leveled up, it's just giving additional turns over to Glop to establish a board that can actually close things out. And Finney having some sea monsters is great. Having the Abyssal Eye to contest any elusives that Glop picks up is going to be massive, because that is the win condition that we saw in the previous match, was Glop finding these big elusives and going over the top. So, you know, Finney still having some answers. He's got Ruination. He's got, you know, overall a decent spot to get to this Maokai level up. It's just a matter of if he'll get there and then still be able to survive those extra turns.
Absolutely. It's, yeah, I think... I mean, it's kind of a tough call. I mean, if you look at, you know, just sort of value generation, obviously Glop is very heavily favored in that boat. But is Finney going to be able to? I mean, Finney has a lot of life gain and a reset button in the Ruination. So if Finney can actually save that Ruination, you know, potentially for after the Maokai level up, that can be that extra turn cycle that really makes a difference when it comes to...
my God, Blev. Do you see the card the Glop just picked up?
Oh, I sure do.
The one of Sky's Descend.
Yep. Not able to cast it yet, though, but... Oof. Well, that's one that you don't play around every day, I will say.
The one-sided Ruination potential for Glop.
Yep.
Does cost 11 mana right now, but there are other Celestials and Dragons in hand to help reduce that. And while he can't play it on this turn, he can take a development on this turn that allows him to play it very cheaply on a future turn.
Vidente da Montana. Look, that was closer than whatever card I tried to pronounce earlier.
I'm sure it's improvement. I'm sure Warak will tell you all about it later. How good you're doing.
I'm sure it's still awful, but it is better than it was before, I think. You see... Was he trying to Vile Feast his own unit? Yeah, I got the approval of Deech in chat. That's good enough for me. Although I can't tell if I can't. Chat, spam Kappa if you're being sarcastic, and spam smile if you were being sincere. Thank you. I'm definitely not going to see any smiles in chat, but we see Viajante. There we go. That should be redeemed. That should be a redeem. Or I'm digging myself even deeper. I should really stop. The Traveler here coming out, getting more options to Glop, and also making that Sky's Descent cost even less.
Yeah, I mean, 9 mana, so it's at Ruination cost at this point. But it is going to be a board wipe when it comes down. He needs to catch Finney slipping. He needs to catch Finney playing out something onto the board, tapping out a Ruination, and then just decimate the other side, as now it's down to 7.
Yeah, the problem for Glop is Finney's win condition has been established. It is the fact that there are 4 cards left in Glop's deck right now. Ooh, that is potentially big. Finney likely going to need to cast a Withering Wail this turn to proc the spell shield.
Yeah, the whale being a good response.
Okay, I'm getting confirmation that I had a Spanish pronunciation of a Portuguese of Portuguese, so I will take that as potential as a small W.
Well, Glop is going to commit this guy's Descend very early on here.
I mean, kind of has to, right? There's not a ton of time.
Just going to have to respond with the Ruination, but Glop doesn't really have a big play to make off of this.
No.
He can only go Diana. And he needs to be able to develop enough of an attack to just win on the next swing.
It's going to be a tall order. It is certainly going to be a very tall order, as Finney, again, Finney just has the ability to hit the pass button. He can be, and is choosing to be more aggressive here, pull the Diana, say, hey, you know what? I don't want any sort of craziness to come out. Let's at least trade a 1-for-1 and go from there. And then, you know, development can happen afterwards. If Finney able to put forth Abyssal Eye plus Maokai would be potentially 3 blockers. Can also play the Maokai plus Slaughter Docs, again, another 3 blockers. For the next turn.
It's a question is, will this Destroyer alongside something else be good enough? And I don't think it will be. We've seen the Glop hover on it. It's only +4 attack.
Ooh.
There's Silver Sisters are also not really getting there. It's only 4 elusive attack, so Finney can chump block others.
Yep.
I'm not seeing a path to victory for Glop, and that means that Finney might be able to win this off the Maokai condition.
Yeah.
Secure his spot back again.
Absolutely. We talked about it before, of the Maokai condition being a potential win. We saw Glop play around it and be able to play through it last game, but that was by the slimmest of margins, to be completely honest. So not necessarily a guaranteed path to victory here. And I think this is going to be a Finney win here. And,
Plate worms picked up.
Oh, that's right. Because I think there's only. Oh no! I just. That's interesting. Did it not toss any cards before?
Well, there's only champions left in the deck, right? It's only 2 Nautilus and a Maokai.
If that's the case, then how did Slaughter Docs get a? Does Slaughter Docs not pull from your deck? Have I just not known how the card worked at all this whole time? I thought Slaughter Docs pulled from your deck. Maybe it doesn't. It might. Maybe I should just read the card. Maybe
it summons a random sea monster. Were you saying?
Okay.
Did you think it summoned?
I thought it pulled one from your deck. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, well, there we go.
But yeah, that is the plate worm eggs, and I mean, yeah, Glop just doesn't have enough to get through. It's just the Destroyer not going to be able to get enough damage. It's just going to be 3. Block comes through for Finney. Hush to increase the damage that Glop can deal.
Yep. Not enough, though.
He only has 1 card left.
If Glop... oh, man. If Glop somehow, even though it's not possible, drew a Ruination... Yeah,
we see the
still
surrender.
Wouldn't be enough.
Finally come through, and Finney, he already pops off. He's already happy because he made it back to the next fight night. He's already he got his spot back in. He's guaranteed at least 2nd place, and he's gonna have another shot in the final. So we'll see the Finney pop off. Day and night from the last time these two played in the winners bracket, where Glop was able to take the win with the day and night Kid Cudi deck and be able to actually win. So completely flipped here. Finney going to be moving on, winning when it really matters in the losers bracket to actually secure that spot when facing elimination. So we are going to jump over to a short break, but when we return, we will have Finney versus Mo as our grand final right here on Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We are the grand final here, the final march of the event. It is going to be Mo versus Finney. Blev, I mean, this matchup seems really exciting, but how are you feeling about it going into this grand final?
I mean, I'm throwing all my predictions out the window. I mean, we saw Finney do the sort of the flip of the 2-0, got 0-2'd in the on the winner's side, and then 2-0 to come back versus Glop on the loser's side when it counted most. So it's tough to say. I mean, both players have been playing spectacularly. Mo obviously, climbing his way through the winner's side, and of course is going to be favored going into this grand finals, but Finney has already shown the ability to make a comeback.
Yeah, well, if we get a chance, we should go ahead and take a look at the bracket between these two, and we'll see exactly the path that they took here. We had Glop, of course, taking down Finney fairly early on, and Finney being able to get that revenge coming through the losers bracket. He had to beat a lot of very good players. In fact, he beat 3 previous Fight Night champions by taking down Yang, Zera, Rattling Bones, and then finally Glop to make it into the final. And now he's going up against Mo, who it's his first time here at Fight Night. And Mo on the other side took down, a finalist and 2 champions to get there. He took down Chelo, Rattling Bones, and then Glop. So both of them have had quite the path here. Both of them having to beat both Rattling Bones and Glop to make it. So you can't say that either of them really had an easy path as they make it to the final. And while there may never be an easy path, it's hard to name much more difficult ones than having to beat both Rattling Bones and Glop. Now Mo versus Finney will be fun.
Certainly going to be a. I mean, it's a tough. It's getting to the point where you're going to be facing multiple champions or runner-ups or multi-time top 4 players. Pretty much every round of the tournament as more of these happen. But yeah, I mean, Rattling Bones coming off of the 4th straight appearance on Fight Night, which is, I don't know, that might be a record. I'm not sure. Certainly an accomplishment, if not a record in and of itself. Mo, though, coming in as a first timer, making it to the finals on the winner side, which only a few have done. But Finney, back-to-back performances, back-to-back finals appearances. Again, only a handful of players have done that. So certainly going to be a solid matchup regardless.
Yeah, it should be really good. I'm really excited about Finney finals, playing a really non-standard Demacia deck with those the stony. Oh no, I'm forgetting the name. Stony
Suppressor.
Yes, the Stony Suppressor. Thank you, Blev. Yes, the Stony Suppressors. Yes. And it really caught a lot of people off guard, I felt like, and it made it all the way to the final. And this time, Finney maybe not having as creative as Bliss, but playing just as well, as it does look like. We've lost Blevins there for a second. We'll be trying to get him back. But, while you take a moment and look at the inception that is this screen that we look at, let's try and jump somewhere else. Should be returning shortly. Be jumping into this game very soon as well.
Was that me or was that everybody? No, it was probably just me.
It was you, Blev. You're back now, though. Welcome back.
Awesome.
But there, of course, Finney has been exciting to watch, and he will be playing deep once again in this final. We're going to have him start with Mina, though. So we're going to go from Mo's perspective here. Going to be playing that Anivia cloning chamber.
Absolutely. There we go. Now I'm back fully. Yeah, I mean, the Anivia deck has been performing quite well for Mo. I think it was a pretty solid meta call. And also, I mean, absolutely, if you didn't miss it, or if you didn't see it, or even if you did see it, take a look back at the match between Mo and Glop with this Anivia deck, because it was just, you could tell Mo just had an absolute knowledge and perfect understanding of
looks like we may have lost Blevins again, but it did feel like to continue his point, because I know where Blev was going with that one. Okay, maybe Blevins back. Maybe he can do it himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to fix some of my stuff on the back end. So Casa, if you
all right, I'll take it away. So basically, Mo played almost flawlessly on this Anivia deck earlier today against another version of Feel the Rush. Now, this was not the Mina version that he played against previously, and maybe the Mina version will actually do a little bit better, be able to handle some of the things, because it doesn't have to just be stonewalled by the threat of Ruination. It has Deny, it has potential to actually answer that. So now, we're just going to have the Anivia coming down early from Mo, and he's going to be able to start the cloning process if this gets removed. But Feel the Rush in response already being played down by Finney.
Yep, Feel the Rush coming down. I mean, that's obviously a big scare card, especially since, Finney able to play it out at this point. It's going to force out a Vengeance from Mo. Mo using the Vengeance on the Trundle and not the Tryndamere, which obviously makes Finney potentially think, okay, there's no Ruination. Granted, Ruination probably would have just came out on that turn anyhow. And unfortunately for Mo, we're still a few turns away from Anivia being enlightened and therefore leveled up. So, yes, Anivia can, tank a little bit of damage here, but it's potentially going to be just pulled by the Ice Pillar instead.
Yeah, going to deny the opportunity to try and clone. But there is the Chronicler, so Mo can still start it up himself. Gonna potentially have 3 Anivias on the board next turn with the Rekindler.
Yeah, 3 Anivias on the board. Unfortunately, 3 unleveled Anivias.
Right, so I guess 2 Anivias. And an egg Anivia.
Yeah, 2 full and 1 egg. Which, it's looking like, Mo might be coming up a little short here. But we'll see. Rekindler will put forth another Anivia. It's going to be able to pull the pillar, which is going to be nice. As the Anivia triggers would kill, or could just pull the pillar with Rekindler if he wanted to. Yeah,
this might be yet another case of the Freljord SI just being really bad in because we're just going to see all these Anivias go back to hand.
Yes, we are.
And what can Mo do about it? I mean, there's absolutely nothing that he can do in this case. Egg Nivea, at least I believe. I'm curious how this functions. Wow, yeah. It's just destroyed.
It's destroyed
if there's 10 in hand, yeah.
Yeah, when there's 10 in hand, that's just going to kill the Ignivia.
I mean, what does Mo do? Like, this feels kind of done. He just... all the work that he did to set up this board is just gone.
Yeah, it just gets kicked away 3 times.
It's a lot of Anivias in hand, so he can stall out the Tryndamere for a while.
Not on open attack he can't.
Well, no, yeah, you're right. He can't on open. So if this ends up being a win on open, then yeah, I mean, nothing he could do. But I don't know if this can be. I mean, I guess Finney could play Battle Fury. It's guarded by a deny, but it feels like a very aggressive. And it does sound like my co-caster has been ruinated once more. But it is going to be the Battle Fury, and he does have the deny to protect this.
Yeah, Mo doesn't have Harsh Wind, so it would just be Vengeance. So I think this is just guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, with these two casts, Finney can just let this go down to 1, or Finney can try and deny the whale, but actually feels almost better in this case to just use the stun from Concussive Palm, open up 4 more damage, and now, even though Mo's got 5 mana, Wither is Xaxes, and Finney, I mean, this Mina deck has just looked so good in these games so far. On the streamed games, it has been unstoppable for Finney. And he once again picks up the win over a Shadow Isles Freljord list, whether that be FTR or War Mother's Control. It has just been dominating those archetypes.
Yeah, I think that's really the main driving force for why that version came up, right? Like it is very good in the pseudo mirror. And it has a lot of the same matchup spreads as the Shadow Isles version. I mean, there's certainly probably against the most aggressive of decks, it's not as good, but hey, really great meta call into this sort of meta, as there was really only one player who brought anything that was super aggressive.
Yeah, now he has to go up against Deep. A couple of Slaughter Docs for Finney to kick things off. Help him get towards Deep. Get this Nautilus online as quickly as possible.
Yep, Mo. Very happy to play the passing game. Slaughter Docs, though, it's got to be a scare card for Mo, the Slaughter Docs, because it's putting that investment out. You're investing 3 mana now. The tempo loss is irrelevant in this matchup, as Mo is literally just mashing the pass button. Losing tempo does not matter that much. And you're going to get a random sea monster in a couple of turns.
Yeah, a couple of the Dreadbloom Wanderers as well, going to make this Deep come a lot quicker alongside that salvage. Finney keeps finding more things to play, as yet another Slaughter Docs going on board, and I don't believe there's Crumble in this deck from Mo.
Nope, there is not. No Crumble, no well, that's really the only thing in Shadow Isles that can deal with monuments, so there's just nothing on the side of Mo in terms of these Slaughter Docs. Those are going to happen. It's just, can Mo set it up so that a Ruination maybe counters out the value of them? It's going to be tough to navigate that, though.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be on Ruination starting with next turn. Also, having an Anivia to set up for turn 6 potentially is also can be good. He doesn't have a lot of the ability to clone yet. No Chronicler, no Rekindler.
Yep. And luckily for Mo, there is no Devourer in hand for Finney yet. So, not able to completely remove the Anivia, at least not yet. Abyssal Eye coming out. I mean, it's a pretty easy, feels like a pretty easy grasp target, at least. Mo deciding if he wants to instead just develop the Anivia now, deal with the Eye later.
Yeah, I mean, Anivia feels kind of lackluster here. It's all right. It does set up better for his Avalanche as well. It does help that get better into this Abyssal Eye, but denying the draw does feel a bit important.
Yeah, it's also possible, depending on where Finney is in terms of deep, that played into like a salvage or a jettison. I'm not sure what the count was. Yeah. 18. So yeah, that actually would have that actually. Oh, that was actually a lot scarier than I originally had known, considering that deep was right around the corner there. Now this is actually setting up perfectly for Finney to essentially open up with the two sea monsters on his attack token, which is potentially going to be devastating. Mo developing the Anivia gives the okay to Finney to just play the Nautilus. So now Finney's going to be opening with a Nautilus and 2 random sea monsters attacking into Mo.
Yeah, and that's just an Anivia, so there's no block for this Nautilus.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be either an Anivia's Harsh Winds or Vengeance.
Yep.
And, well, let's see. We've seen so many Terror of the Tides get pulled from so far.
Okay.
Fortunate for Mo that's slightly lower.
It's probably the worst one, right?
Okay. 2 Beast
Two worst
Blows.
ones. And the beauty is that because Mo knows that there are no atrocities in Finney's deck, he can theoretically just take 13 here.
Right, he absolutely can. The fact that there is not an atrocity does enable him to play a little bit more fast and loose with his health bar.
Yep.
But he's still so behind at this point in the game.
Absolutely. But yeah, way to get back. Just play Nivea's forehead.
Yep, there is a Devourer available for Finney to actually just send this one to the Shadow Realm. Completely get rid of this Anivia from the game. It will not be in the death pool for the Harrowing later. There is one in the death pool for Rekindlers, though, so that is still good for Mo.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate, and actually, Finney potentially could just go for the egg kill here. I mean, the one Anivia is not super scary, right? And like Mo is already, I was gonna say is already priced into playing a Ruination, but as I say that, he snap passes.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Finney is in a spot where he can actually still pass as well and set up pretty good attacks here. This play also works because if Ruination is played in response, Finney still has Nautilus as his play.
Yeah. Pretty strong. I mean, Finney, unfortunately for Mo, Finney just has the best of both worlds, because if you don't ruinate early, you get the mana advantage of Nautilus to be able to put forth a big threat at a low cost. But if you ruinate later, or if you ruinate early, then you can just play it afterwards anyway without the
And Finney was able to level the Maokai off.
Yep.
So that's a little bit better than a Nautilus. Puts a clock here for Mo when he doesn't really have a good way to deal 20 damage. There's not enough Anivias that have been cloned for a Harrowing because of all these Devourers.
Mm-hmm.
So this should just kind of guarantee Finney's victory in this game.
Unless there's 2 Anivias in Mo's hand, which is not impossible. There are not 2 Anivias in Mo's hand, so this is looking like the first set is likely going to go to Finney, which will cause the bracket reset, and we will go into a final best of 3 to determine our winner. Not quite over yet. It is looking that way, though.
Yeah, it's just about Mo stringing together 20 damage is realistically the thing. I mean, we look at this hand, and it's likely that Mo can stabilize his own HP and protect himself from dying. potentially here. Actually, no, not even. I didn't even notice the second Abyssalize, so that's just going to be now.
Yeah.
Finny's just going to be able to end it. And that's going to do it. Like you said, we're moving on to set number 2 of the grand finals. Playing field is evened up. Finny, coming from the losers, wins that in a swift 2-0. It does feel like lineup-wise, his decks are doing great here. And it felt like Mo just didn't stand a chance when it came to these lineups. It just felt like they just don't line up well against each other for Mo. And I'm curious if that is just because maybe Finny, had some great draws, maybe mulliganed really well for the matchups. And I wonder if there's any adaptations Mo can make, or if this is looking like it's just a doomed set matchup-wise for Mo.
I think the Feel the Mina deck seems quite good into both of Mo's decks, right? I think that's, at least matchup-wise, that's a favored win for Finny. And then, the deep deck has seemed to be in a pretty interesting spot. I do think that the specific draw for Finny that last game was very strong. Slaughterdox, of course, is a very important card in that matchup, as you're able to pre-invest your mana into a later boon in the later sea monster, which is going to be very good in general in that matchup, because you don't need to spend 6 mana, spend 7 mana on a turn to just get ruinated and blown out. You're just like, oh, I'll play this now. I can set up I can kind of play around with toss and set up the turn where I'm going to go into an attacking turn with 2 sea monsters and see what my opponent does from there. So unfortunate for Mo in that particular game, but I do think there is definitely more playability in that matchup than we saw in that last game.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It does feel like the deep list did have a very good early lead. The Slaughterdox really proving as to why they've been able to help deep get revived a little bit in this meta. And even though a lot of players still would argue that they don't think deep is a great list right now, it still finds its way. It sneaks into some metas. And once again, I mean, it's in a final in Fight Night here for Finny. And I would say it's poised to win a final right now going into this matchup. I would heavily give a favorite to Finny. And it won last week for Marcus, even though Marcus even said he thought it was a bad deck. So this bad deck is racking up quite a few tournament wins.
Yeah, I think, it goes to the card game players and video gamers in general like to speak in hyperbole. Is what it comes down to. I think deep, it feels a lot more like a TF Swain or an Ash Noxus in the sense that it's kind of an evergreen strategy. Bannerman too, where it's like, yes, it's going to have matchups that are better or worse, but it's still able to put forth a W. And Mo, on the other hand, is going to say, you know what? Let's get my dub with the TK Soraka first. Let's change it up. Let's not try to keep jamming the same strategy we did last time. Changes up the opener. Try to get a different matchup.
Yeah, gonna swap it up to TK Raka. We see Star Shepherd and Betty Croker available. The Star Spring to kick things off, and I don't think that there is an answer to that being run in this Feel the Mina deck. So if this can go to a Star Spring victory, that is going to be very big for Mo.
I don't believe there exists an answer yet. I don't think it.
Oh yeah, in these two regions, I don't think they can. Yeah,
the version of monument removal has happened yet. So, or landmark removal. I always forget. It's called monuments of
monument
power,
powers, but it's landmarks. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as it happens, Box2Post comes out with the star shaping. Having a little bit of technical difficulties on Mo's side. Looks like Finny's just gonna be content, potentially with the Avalanche. I think if you can get an Avalanche that has any amount of value in this matchup and isn't going to immediately get punished, you kind of have to take it, especially if it's killing a Box2Post. Yes, it does open up 2 health to be healed on the Star Shepherd, but that's a fine trade-off. A lot of times, Avalanche will sit in your hand and not only be a dead card, will be if you play it, it will potentially just lose you the game card, which I've had happen, by the way. I got greedy with it, and I got immediately and massively punished. Like, literally, my opponent won with a wish on the turn that I cast Avalanche.
Yeah, so you have to be very, very careful with that card. And we're just going to see Mo kick things off. Betty Croaker coming down, draw some extra stuff for the Star Spring to continue healing through. And it's a nice start for Mo. He actually hits Soraka. Oh, he actually had one in hand, so he's got double Soraka available. And Finney's just trying to ramp up, but the Star Spring is just going to be this ever looming threat.
Yeah, and Mo gets to... Okay, Mo taking this a different direction than I was thinking. Oh, no. Mo's just smarter than I am because Soraka heals herself. So this is actually just perfect. Mo pushing 12 damage, leveling up Soraka, and getting health win condition on for Star Spring here. This is exactly how Mo wanted this one to start off.
Yeah, this is exactly what Mo wants. I mean, he really needs to find this win. It will put him on Anivia once again, which did get 2-0'd last time, but still, getting the Soraka TK win going straight away is very important. Mo absolutely wants to find this. And it looks like, I mean, this is already just in a great spot for Mo. The Star Spring still online. There's a TK in hand, potentially, which can come out and eat this Trundle. And it's going to take a little bit of time for Finney to still ramp up and get everything online. The Mina, going to cost 9 mana. Does have the Voices of the Old Ones to potentially ramp there, but not quite going to be able to. This is... I'm curious if Finney is having some technical difficulties, because we do see that his camera has frozen. I am very curious what's going on with that.
Okay, maybe it looks like it was just his camera. He has... At least his mouse is working, which is good.
A couple technical problems, though.
Yep. I was just worried that it was a DC, which would have been super awkward, but he's still here. Camera, we don't need the camera. It's okay. Here... Finney has the ability to cast the Trundle's Icequake, but man, does Astral Protection just eat the lunch of Trundle's Icequake? Like, would be absolutely brutal. Tom Kench coming out. Tom Kench is just such a brutal card in general. I mean, it can, even if it can eat a leveled Trundle. It can always eat the Ice Pillar. It just puts on so much. It puts on so much pressure, even if you're not actively casting the TK spell. It just puts on a ton of pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, it even leads to Finney casting Deny, so now he's Pillar. Attacking turn for Mo. And there is the vulnerable still onto the Trundle, so the same kind of attack with Soraka can come out once more.
Yeah, and this is a, to use the chess term, this is a fork that Mo is presenting. He's presenting the attack for lethal damage to your Nexus, and also the heal for lethal damage on my Star Spring.
Yeah, and even though he's trading off the Star Shepherd, I think that Mo is getting the better end of all this.
Yeah, could potentially save the Star Shepherd if he wanted to. Looks like he's going to save the Betty Croaker instead.
Yep, just going to have another thing to heal. I think Mo looking for that heal victory.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like that is probably the faster win condition, I believe. Finney giving me multiple heart attacks by thinking that he's having that he's disconnecting, but he's still there.
I think his tech setup has like his camera on his phone, and he's calling himself on Discord to get his camera up.
Well, if he wasn't 5 minutes in the past, I would say just tell him to cut the camera. But
it's not going to happen. It's all right. It looks like he's trying to get it back up, but He is not required by any means. We're grateful for him to have it though, because the reactions of players are awesome to see.
Yeah, always love to see the pop off. Okay, Mina potentially could do some work here for Finney. Trundle leveling up. Mo has the ability to eat a little bit. Tom Kench is hungry.
Yeah,
just eat the Trundle.
Trundle, and there's nothing Finney can do about it.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Finney not putting up a lot of pressure here with no Trundle in play.
Yeah, and he can potentially play the new Trundle. Or he could look for voices to try and draw into something, but it just feels like voices is way too slow. And Mina maybe is good to try and send some of this stuff back. I mean, he can get the Trundle back by sending Tom Kench home.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you have to try to Mina. That seems like the line towards victory.
Yeah, but double Bastion.
Yeah, this is actually that Mina is actually just gonna benefit Mo, right?
Yeah, bounce the Betty Croaker, get to deal some more damage.
Yep.
To your
deal some more damage, draw some more cards, etc., etc. Yes, the Star Shepherd can be killed for free here, but okay, it doesn't even have damage on it. What a useless card right now. It doesn't even have any health to regain. But looks like Finney's still working on that cam.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks like it will go to Mo. And then we have to think about, how does Finney, do we think Finney is still going to be able to just repeat what he was able to do in the last game between these, the last series between these two?
Right.
Where it was just able to 2-0 the Anivia deck.
Yeah.
And I think he's got the tools to do so. Even though the Soraka Tom list feels like it does pretty well in the matchup, it doesn't matter if you can't win with your other deck.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, right? Like, you always run that risk of getting, essentially 4-0'd, right? That is always, it's always a possibility. But I do think that matchup, specifically the Deep versus Anivia matchup, was a little bit draw diff on that one.
Right.
The last time that they faced, like, it was very close, and also, like, I think Finney had an exceptional draw and Mo had an average draw. So maybe if we see two average draws, we might see something closer. But regardless, though, Mo is up a game in this final set of our grand finals, and if Mo can win one more game, that will be him taking down this fight night. Finney, though, he can get the reverse sweep here. It's going to also be a win for him.
Yeah, I mean, Finney looking to be one of just a few players who have actually won from the losers bracket. He didn't encounter Mo during the winner's side, and this is a lineup that feels like it's favored towards Finney, but it doesn't always net you a win just because your lineup is favored. And I think, this is the case where Mo found the win with one of his decks that was okay into Finney's lineup. And now, even though his Anivia deck isn't necessarily favored in either of these, the draw diff was noticeable enough in the Deep matchup that maybe that is one that Mo can actually find the win from. The Devourers are really tough for him.
Yeah.
But if he does have the Vengeances on time to hit them, if he does have Grasp to reduce them to 4 health so they can't actually hit the Anivia, there are ways to get around them, and that is what Mo is looking to hit. He needs to find a way to beat deep.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Mo play so expertly against Glop with the Shadow Isles version of the Field of Rush deck. And while I do think Finney's deck in general has way fewer misses than the Shadow Isles version, I think that in general the matchup should be fine.
All right, so Feel the Rush, potentially the keep here for Finney, wanting to make sure that he does have that available immediately. Voices of the Old Ones going to be helping him ramp into that, and a Weirding Stone picked up. So that is a great start for Finney. He's got Weirding Stones into Trundle, into potentially Voices of the Old Ones. So the ramp is here.
It absolutely is. It is there, and there's plenty of it. Of course, Mo is going to be able to disrupt that a bit with the Grasp. That is huge because it's essentially putting everything a turn back for Finney, which is going to prevent the pressure, which is going to just slow it down. Mo getting even more value off the second Grasp as well. And now all of a sudden, like, the game, I mean, Finney has an option here. Does he want to develop a Trundle? A normal turn Trundle, or does he want to play Voices? And he says Voices. Give me those.
Yeah, he wants to play Feel the Rush as soon as possible. He's 8 mana here. He can play Trundle into immediate Feel the Rush on the next turn.
Yep.
This is once again just a very brutal setup for Finney. And this matchup does feel extremely favored towards the Mina version, the Ionia version, because of Deny. However, Mo is sitting on this Ruination, and if we see just FTR ripped on the next turn, it can be responded with Ruination, as there will not be the mana to follow up with Deny. You can never have mana to play both FTR and Deny on the same turn, so those are the opportunities for Mo to come back in with the Ruination.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And I would imagine, Mo just slamming the pass button as fast as humanly possible. And I think Finney potentially just says, okay, we'll Trundle it. Let's see what you got for my Trundle first. We don't need to take this too fast. I can feel the rush on a later turn. Yes, I ramped into it early, but I don't need to play it now. My second Voices can draw me another one, or potentially Tryndamere or something. I don't need to overcommit here. He could also say, yeah, you know what? Feel the Rush on, turn 7 seems pretty good. It's not quite as good as my turn 6 one before, but we'll go turn 7 and go into an attacking turn. But
yeah, it would result in a Tryndamere being on board for the open attack, but overall just going to be the pass from Finney. He's just going to go with the Trundle and potentially just slow play this to avoid a Ruination, as the Trundle is getting +5 attack. It's just a 2-turn win with the Trundle, so he might be able to force a lot of resources out of Mo without actually ever having to commit the FTR.
Yeah, I think this is very well played by Finney. You don't need to overcommit. One Trundle, you wanted a 10 attack unit. Well, you already have one. No need to do much more than that. And unfortunately for Mo, like, he's got a lot of good reaction. He has a Harrowing. 0 Anivias. Can't really do much with the Anivia deck if you have 0 Anivias. That's the unfortunate reality of playing a deck like this. Well, there she is, but is it going to be too little too late?
Yeah, I mean, finally having the Anivia down, it's an attacking turn, but it does kind of open up the opportunity for Finney to maybe get a little bit more aggressive here, or he could even just will. He can just respond to this Anivia, same amount of mana, send it back.
Yep. Tempo will is huge. Not only, essentially kills the Anivia for the purposes of this turn, but it also would just
Wow.
Another one, yeah.
Double will.
Yep, huge.
Denying her being put into the death pool.
Mm-hmm.
Also denying her from just being egged and then respawning.
Yep. This is huge for Finney. His open attack is going to be quite strong here. Mo does have a grasp, which maybe can do something. Ugh. Open attack is going to be strong.
Yep. No interaction for Finney, notably. So anything Mo plays is just going to go through on this open. So if there was a vengeance, be very relevant here, but there is not. And I believe that just this grasp is not going to be enough because Trundle himself is already doing enough damage.
Yeah. Grasp doesn't do anything.
Grasp just levels Tryndamere. It doesn't actually do anything.
Yep.
Finney's going to take it. So this is going to be 1-1. And now the rematch of what looked to be a very draw-different game of the last set, which was Deep versus Anivia, is the final game to determine who is the Fight Night America's champion for this week. And Finney, you got to feel good if you're Finney right now. You won that first set very handedly. Yeah. It's looking good once again. It's looking like this Anivia deck just cannot handle his lineup. And I mean, he's going into this strong, hoping that, hey, hopefully I hit the Slaughter Docks again. Hopefully we get a lot of these early deep generators, these toss generators, these engines online. And, well, there are a couple toss engines available. Maokai, you do have the Dreadbloom Wanderer. No Slaughter Docks, though.
Yeah, no Slaughter Docks. Does have Jaw Hunters. Yeah, the Deadbloom Wanderer there is going to be potentially quite good as well. But Mo's got a pretty good opener for any sort of aggression. Triple Maokai, though. That's strong. Mo able to send the message with the sentry.
Yeah, now Finney just going to start tossing. Getting towards the Maokai turn as well.
Yeah.
Which will help him toss even more. Mo, of course, being on the Anivia this time is going to be very helpful. Having that for turn 6. And also, you know, Harrowing for good measure. The finisher that Mo definitely wants in this matchup.
Yeah, the Harrowing... having the Harrowing and an Anivia is extremely relevant because even if Maokai win condition comes online at some point, if you can get those death triggers out and you can get the Anivias into the death pool, if you have, you know, 1 or 0 cards left in your deck, if a Harrowing wins, a Harrowing wins. Doesn't matter how many cards are in your deck. And yes, having the Maokai is certainly strong. Having the 3 Maokais, though, I feel like maybe 2 as like a backup plan, but the third one certainly feels like it's going to be 3 mana toss 3, like at best.
Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility here. That we could be seeing that. If Mo ever breaks up the removal, if he goes for the Maokai, then Magic actually be relevant.
True.
Got the grasp. Oh,
and you say it, oh boy,
he breaks it up. So now, if we see a Vile Feast, Sap Magic is going to interrupt that, and so I expect to see Finney save that 3 mana. He could just play Sap Magic now, but it might be worth waiting to try and bait something.
Yeah, I don't think you really need to ever play it now. It is a burst spell, I think.
There it is.
I'm pretty sure it's burst.
Sap Magic gets to blow out this Vile Feast. Now, it's not game ending, but it is a massive swing overall.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it also, I mean, if you think about it, it kind of killed a Maokai because it got one out of his hand and the Vengeance can kill the second one. But, you know, maybe I'm eating my words again. Maybe the third Maokai is actually going to be relevant.
But finding value to play Sap Magic to actually talk with it as well is huge. I think that's just a massive win for Finney. He wants to play these Sap Magics. He doesn't want to hold them in hand. And it was just Mo gave him an opportunity to actually play it and gain value. So now the Vengeance has to come down onto that Maokai, and Finney just gets to set up Slaughter Docs plus Jaw Hunter, I suppose, here.
Yeah, certainly could. Mo
might not even play. Oh yeah, he might not even play the Jaw Hunter because he can bank a little bit with the Vile Feast. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he, unless he was really looking for an open attack, probably doesn't need to play Jaw there. Okay, that is all of the Slaughter Docs. 1 in play, 2 have been tossed. Devourer, though, again, we pointed out earlier, a potential swing card here in favor of Finney, as that will completely kill an Anivia potentially. Take it out of the death pool, or rather prevent it from ever going into the death pool.
Yeah, and we see the Jaw come out, so you can actually egg this Anivia right now.
Okay. And
I'm a little surprised by this, but also we look at the board that Finney is presenting, and Anivia attacks actually quite annoying.
Yeah.
And so I think he just wants to deny it. He's going to put it into egg form. He can potentially remove it after that. But there will be one, at minimum, in the death pool going forward. So Rekindler is online. Harrowing is, I mean, I wouldn't call it online, but at least it's got one Anivia ready to go when that gets popped. And he can just devour the egg, and at least that can deny it from ever respawning. But it doesn't stop as far as what you normally would want to get out of Devours.
Yep, absolutely. And Mo does have the Vengeance possibility as well to respond and kill the Devourer.
Yeah, what's up, chat? Let's turn this music down a little bit. My bad.
All these stream complications are giving me.
I actually completely forgot that.
Disconnected.
Oops.
Well, soon enough, we will be past the days of having to use Twitch streams, Blevins. Soon enough.
Soon enough is right. Right.
Spectator, you know, of course, being out, but we are just making sure that we have everything ready to go before we swap over. Slaughter Doc's gonna pull out an elusive. That's a good pull.
That's certainly one of the better. Okay, we are on no hand view for Mo here. Okay, that's a guaranteed draw of Anivia, which is actually huge because now Maokai win condition is not necessarily game over if Mo can protect this egg.
Huh? Which we know he can't. That was very interesting. The Vile Feast just not cooperating with Finney there, but the Vile Feast should be able to respond to this egg.
Yeah, but I think it's too late now. Because now, well, okay, it's not too late. Mo's going to be able to put another Anivia into deck if he wants.
Does he have 2 in hand?
Well, he has at least 1. He might have another one. I don't know.
Because if this goes down, he can't play Harsh Winds to shuffle the Anivia.
Yeah. That's true. Also, these sentries are actually just death bombs for Mo here.
It would be so funny if Finney at some point plays a Vengeance on.
Yeah.
I mean, like there's a spot where it's the right play for sure. And I believe Mo is at 3 cards left. Finney is generating saplings, which are also going to be able to challenge the sentries. I think that basically guarantees that Finney will win. I don't think Mo can deal 12 this turn.
I don't think so either. Now, if there is another Anivia in hand, we know one of the cards is Harrowing.
Right.
That we know for sure. If there's like, if it's Rekindler plus Anivia, are we in business or not is the question. I don't know the answer to that.
I think no, because of the sentries. Even with that hand, I think the sentry game over.
Well, because the sentries, they don't kill you, right? So if if there's another Anivia in hand, Mo goes on to 1 card. You cast Anivia's Harsh Winds here.
Yeah, then you're at 2
and you're
cards.
Just drawing a Harsh Winds every turn and playing it.
Right. I'm still not sure if that wins though, because I think Finney might even just be able to win on this. If that's your.
That is very
course,
possible.
Which would be protecting you from some of this board, but this is a very wide board going into this next attacking turn with all of these elusives, and one of them's an aristocrat. That's not going to be it. That's going to be the Shen emote from Mo, and I think Finney might have done it. He might have brought it back all the way from loser's bracket. Such a wide board going in for this attack.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. The pop
there we go.
Finney, able to turn it around from the loser's bracket and pull the bracket reset and take it all the way. Become our Fight Night champion.
Yeah, Finney slamming the end stream button after going off to celebrate. We'll see if we can wrangle him for get him. It looked like he was pretty excited off that win. But congratulations to Finney. He will be coming back for the next Fight Night, which will be December 4th. We will be taking this next upcoming week off for the holiday, for Thanksgiving. But we will be back, of course, on the 4th. So we will have Mo and Finney joining us for that Fight Night. Really exciting to see this lineup win. The FTR with Mina, the Field of Mina deck. I had heard a lot of rumblings about this. I wasn't sure how it was going to perform, and the fact that it's in the winning lineup is extremely cool to see. Deep winning 2 Fight Nights in 2 weeks, different regions. Pretty interesting to see that overall. Pretty unexpected. So very, very good performance out of Finney, and the matchup, it just felt like he was heavily favored over Mo in this one. Even though Mo, it felt like his lineup did great throughout the rest of the tournament. He really didn't feel very impeded too much on his run, even though they were all 2-1s, except for they were all 2-1s on his way to the grand final, actually. But it did feel like, Mo was playing exceptionally well. Gets to the end of the day, Finney's lineup just seems like it was crushing.
Yeah, Field of Mina, I think, was a really great call into this specific tournament meta. There was a lot of control decks. There was even a good number of Field of Rush decks, which actually kind of not died out, but they certainly toned themselves down last week as sort of go hard was the flavor of the week. But Finney makes the right call, pulls it through, and I do think that this was, probably when Marcus won with Deep, that probably should have been the statement week for Deep, but I think this certainly solidifies it as at least a consideration that needs to be on folks' radars for these types of tournaments.
Yeah, I think Marcus also helped undersell it after that week. He was like, after it was done, he was like, I'm never bringing this deck again. It was terrible. I hated it, all that. And so, we're like, okay, well, we'll listen to you, man. You won that tournament.
Yeah,
you felt like it was bad. But this is another time Finney actually taking Deep and winning a Fight Night. So now there's a little bit more evidence to be like, okay, well, Deep can exist in this meta. It feels like it does, even though this week was kind of weird where it didn't feel like a ton of people were playing the meta. A lot of people were trying to counter it. There was a fair bit of deep this week, and one of the players was actually able to take the win with it. But we are getting Finney on the line here for a quick interview in just a moment, so that we can feel his excitement for ourselves. We are getting him on the call. Blev, I mean, going into this, would you ever have guessed that Deep was going to be the deck to win in this event?
I mean, with Marcus winning last week with Deep, it wasn't out of the question, right? I do think that, depending on, I probably would have predicted more of the back alley poker, considering how well it did, last week in NA, as well as, its heavy presence in the EU meta. But it was not seen at all. No back alley poker, and I think only one go hard, one deck that brought copies of go hard at all. So wasn't certainly a different meta than I was predicting. And I think, I'm not saying I'm on the same level as the players in Fight Night, but I think that a lot of players probably were on a similar read, and it did not turn out that way. So Finney really, brought two very just innately powerful decks that happen to have really good matchups and do a lot of what was brought this week. So yeah, absolutely great performance by Finney, but I don't think Vegas would have given you, they probably would have given you pretty good odds for you get a good return if you bet on Deep, I think.
Yeah, I think so. All right, so we're actually not going to be able to get Finney here for the interview, but still, congratulations to him. I'll take a look and see if he's got any call outs for the next one. And we'll remember, we do not have Fight Night next week. No Fight Night EU or NA on the 27th, but we will return on the 4th with more Fight Night Legends. So please follow the new channel here on Giant Slayer Lore, and be back in 2 weeks to watch even more Fight Night.